Hi and welcome. Tonight's a bathed in red night. I hope it is for you too, because it's certainly that way for me this evening. I'm your host, Damien Halme, and you have rejoined me, hopefully, from a hiatus where I was on vacation and asked my loving community if I should stream on vacation. Most said, see if you can make it in. And so I tried to make a stream happen during vacation. I did. I tried. I failed. I tried, but I failed. So, here we are, 2 weeks later. And I have an apology to make to you. When we last left, there was a thunderstorm, pretty massive one, that rolled through our lands. And I was nervous about how it was going to affect the stream. Would it do something, to the power, or, kill our connection and all that? It did all of the above. It affected the power, the whole shebang. Everything was affected. And I vowed, you know what, this is a good time for me to get some shut eye. We're planning for vacation soon. We can't. I probably ought not come back on stream. And I didn't even say. Oh, well, hello. Akumu, our first champion. Hello and welcome. How are we doing tonight? What's smacking me multiple times today? This is just before we left for vacation. Just before we left. And it stopped everything, and I didn't say goodbye before we flew away. And so that I feel bad for. I cut a stream early and didn't even warn you guys. Oh, by the way, we're going to be out of town helping my in-laws. Much like we did last year. It seems like we have an annual tradition of helping out Oz's family. Which, I could think of worse ways to spend my time. But I didn't say goodbye. I didn't say, oh, hey, I need to get back on stream, just so I can say, okay, yeah, sorry, so I'm going to cut stream early, and we're going to go do this thing with a thing in the next couple weeks, so you might not see me. I didn't do any of that after I was kicked off. So for that, I apologize. But I'm back. And I'm back in the swing of things. We're back in a full effect. in full schedule is where we are. Yeah. So hello and welcome. Crimson, hi, hello, greetings. We had a tornado warning yesterday, so I get that. Oh my gosh. Yes. Daunting thing when you're trying to put on a show and also trying to remember all the things that you need to say before you're going to be missing for 2 weeks. And some people are going to be worried about what's happening to you. At least ours was just thunder. It just affected the power, not a friggin' tornado. Are you guys okay? You said you had the warning, but you're here typing to me, so I figure if you just said warning, you didn't actually have anything horrible happen by your area. We're in a flood watch. Oh my gosh, you guys, Stop having natural disasters. Just I don't know, move to Georgia, perhaps. That could be a thing. I know places, good places to move to. Good places to move to, good culture, good food, good infrastructure, good use of the taxes that come through our pockets into the county and what they do with them. We're in a pretty good place. Lost.
Lost 7 Dreamer just subscribed. I had a panicking pup in my lap earlier for the storm.
I'm not hearing some of my... Is this happening to everybody else too? Sound alerts perhaps are broken, or are they working for everyone else? Let me just double check real quick, like, to be sure everything's up and running. It looks like it should be running on your side. Maybe it's just not running on my side. Lost. I love your face. Thank you so much. I had a panicking pup in my lap earlier for the storm. Oh no, it's hitting everybody. Tornadoes and floods and panicking pups. Oh my. Thank you so much for the 31 months. That's huge. We've almost rounded 3 years. I cannot believe that. What?
Crimson Dawn _85 just subscribed.
The love.
Yep, we are good. Just stopped in to say hi since I haven't talked with you in a while.
Why am I not
gonna
hearing
go stream some Helldivers now with my friend. Might
I
jump
did see
back
some
in
sort
later.
of a warning that there
Have
was
fun.
A new sound effect thing I have to TOS. I have to hit agree to or something. Okay, as long as everything's working on your end. I can't hear him, but just shout out if I don't react to something because I'm not hearing it on my end. I have to look at my stream, which is, how do I point? It's that way. It's over there, and I'm staring at it to make sure I don't miss anything if the audio doesn't play. Well, shucks. Thank you, Crimson. I appreciate you too. 3 months, 31 months. You guys are the best. And why we are able to keep the lights on in this crazy place that we didn't intend 4 or 5 years ago. This was not in our plans at all to be here, not even in this state. Someday, those of you who are ghosts probably will hear this story. Maybe I'll do it as a ghosts exclusive. Ghosts don't get enough exclusive stuff, and you guys ought to. So I think 2024 is the year of how do I make sure you get your worth out of who you are. Akuma says it's fine. I'm on a hill, and if I get trapped, we've got kayaks. That's amazing. That's so smart, actually. If you know you're going to be in a really wet area, live on higher ground and find a way to get around town if your car's not going to work. Just kayak to your groceries. We're good. Just stopped in to say hi since we haven't talked to you in a while. Gonna go stream some Helldivers now with my friend Crimson. I hope you enjoy Helldivers. I hear it's such a good game. Do you guys know that Helldivers, I'm gonna plug a game I don't even stream. Helldivers has like a live like dungeon master, a DM that like changes the course of the entire game and sets people on quests and even steps in on events and plays NPCs and whatever. I think his name is Joel, something like that. Do I have these facts correct? That's such a good idea. It's like such good marketing strategy, to be honest. But also, like, what great whimsy and such a great idea. Like, that really makes a whole lot of sense to me. Very smart. Good job. Good job, Helldivers, the game I do not play. What we are going to play tonight is our Megalopolis server, our Mega City on Enshrouded, and I'll probably pick and poke around at different things and figure out just what the heck it is that I want to do with my evening tonight. But we also have a discourse topic tonight, and that is, welcome back, by the way, for those of you that have been gone for 2 weeks and you didn't know where I was. If you are in my Discord community, you would have known, so go join that thing I'm plugging, which is like a free thing. The discourse topic tonight is what stance do you hold? What idea or hot take do you have that is wildly unpopular? You've seen it online, you've talked to friends and family, and nobody seems to agree with you, but you're pretty sure you're still right. You've got this idea that, yes, there's something going on about the world, in the world, the greater world, and that everybody else is wrong. You've got it right. They've got it wrong. Maybe. Or at least you're strongly convinced that that your take is the right one. The democratic vows be damned. Everybody else jumping in and saying that you're wrong en masse to try to prove you wrong by the numbers. I won't be on tonight, but I'll be around Friday. If Friday is still good. Friday is still our enshrouded Enshridays lost, so please do join in and let's do stuff on Friday. But enjoy whatever it is that you have planned for this evening. Fiance/kid update. Oh, please do tell. Fiance has been confirmed by blood test to have celiac. That's going to be so rewarding that you have that knowledge now. I'm really excited. Diagnoses are things that are, you know, kind of a bittersweet thing. You never want to have anything different or harder to navigate your life, but at the same time, if life has already been hard, especially with like food and health and all of that, to have an answer, to know like what you're dealing with and what your next steps are is such a relief. It's such a good thing. It feels good to have something locked into place, like what you're going to be doing next. Kid has a colonoscopy in June to see if she might have it. Very smart. Yes. She graduated preschool on the 1st. Aww, made me cry over it. And is at least halfway through potty training. Amazing. I love that. We're having a regression with potty with the little. Sorry, with the tiny. I mixed up the words. With the tiny. So that's not fun. And there's a lot of tears and a lot of frustration on everybody's end. But she's got a couple more months to try to figure it out. And she's going to be in preschool if we get through on the waiting list. Preschool is not by registration. It's by lottery. I don't know why it is that way, but it's by lottery. We joined the lottery. We lost the lottery. So we got placed on a wait list, and we are not first on the wait list. We're a little ways down. So we've got hopefully several cancellations, and maybe we will see our kid go to school. The other one is registered and ready to do kindergarten and is already potty trained. So that's fine. But yeah, that would be really exciting just to verify, validate, and make sure through that colonoscopy that everything's on the up and up with diet, and you know what your next steps are going forward, so you don't do any missteps or make a situation more complex by giving her the wrong diet. Yeah. Oh, she actually went number 2 yesterday and clogged her granny's toilet with how big it is. Kids are surprising. Like I think humans don't think about how little humans have synonymous systems to big humans. When I was little, I thought little people were more delicate, and so I was always scared to like squeeze or scratch or massage anybody who is like smaller than me. I have a lot of like younger cousins, nieces, and nephews, so like, you know, I just thought, oh, you treat them delicately, they're still growing into their like everything, so all their nerves must be hypersensitive, and that's not the case. Like the little will ask for back scratches. She like starting at 4 she liked back scratches, not before then, it would just tickle, but at 4 she was like, oh, my back's really itchy, can you give me a good back scratch? I'd start scratching and she'd be like, harder. I'm like, oh, okay, I'll do a little bit harder, and she'd be like, harder. I'm like, I'm gonna start drawing plasma. Like, this is really not like, please don't turn around and do this level to me, or I will cry. My skin is not like this. And she's just like, oh yeah, you know, take like 5 layers off the top of my skin and that's good. And another thing is poop. Like, for some reason, you know, our large intestine, small intestine, they stretch from like miles, right? And littles can fill that up with food just as much as a biggin. And damn, yeah, there's some nasty stuff that comes out of them that's human, full size human sized, full size human smell. And it's just like, oh dear Lord, you've completely ruined this bathroom until we can light a candle, get you out to vent this place out. Good God. Yeah. And if you got old plumbing or a family member has old plumbing, good luck. because kids they don't just poop big, but they eat big, so they poop a lot, or often throughout the day. I thought about turning the light on and really making this my usual face on screen, but I'm feeling the red vibes tonight. I am feeling the red vibes tonight. Everett, welcome. Hello. Welcome back. Let's switch over to, let's kill this and switch over to the game. I'll sit back down. Good evening. How have you been? How are things? Hi and welcome. Hello. The thing with her is she'll go a couple days without doing that, and when she does, it's big. I feel like kids sometimes just like put stuff off. I know I was like a big procrastinator. I would put stuff off all the time. And poop is one of those things. Like, you don't go for a long time, and man, you really screw yourself over, or screw over. Jam. Hi, Jam. What a marvelous entrance. Thanks for the welcome back. You guys missed the apology, but I apologized earlier. I quit my stream early because of thunderstorm. The power did come back. Oz came back and did the rest of her stream, but I forgot to say at the end, with all the chaos and like the resetting the power and the server machine and all that sort of stuff, to be like, oh, by the way, I'm sorry guys, I'm going on a vacation, so if I'm on stream, it'll be spotty at best. And every night that I thought maybe tonight's a good night where I could pop off. I could pop away from the family and like do a IRL stream. It just wasn't the night that I thought it was going to be, and that happened over and over again until I came back home. So now I'm back home, and now I'm back in front of the camera. Hi, hello, it's me again. Yeah, we're talking about poo size, little kid poo size. You all remembered it was like all of us were little kids once. All of us wrecking the toilet at some point. It's a lonely server tonight. Tonight I am alone on why is it not warm here? I should fix that. I don't know how to fix that. If I put a fireplace here, I would probably want a synonymous fireplace downstairs. Oh, so it's warm over here. I guess you just need shelter, warm, and comfort to get you rested on. So there's that. This is gonna go up on its own. Sitting, standing, that doesn't matter. It doesn't speed the thing up. But I should probably put like a fireplace by the bed, and the bed's roughly, I don't know, like here. So then it would need one in here though. Maybe this wall. Maybe we could do a shared wall here with a fireplace, with a two-sided fireplace. Oh, you know what? That might actually look pretty amazeballs. It's just a two-sided fireplace that comes up. We'll put the chimney. We'll make the chimney go all the way through the roof like we want to do with the other one. And would it come up through... This is not the same shared wall. The shared wall is like there-ish. So it's like this much over again. Yeah, I guess it would be like here-ish. If it was a shared wall, though, it'd come up right through the bed. That'd be dumb. We can't do that. We'll figure something out. We're still wrecking the toilet. What do you mean? I mean, it's true. But when you're little, it's more impressive. When you're old, and just like apologetic. I'll set up my own toilet in game while we're talking about this. Yeah. Luckily, our toilets are hard to clog so far. The kids and we haven't done it yet. So we have all the apparatus you need to fix it, but we're also not on sewer where I live. So we're a little bit. I'm scared if anybody were to clog our toilet, what would happen? I'll be on once kid finally passes out. We ran out of melatonin. Oh no. That is very helpful for those of you who plan to breed one day in your future. Get your kids set up with things that can be sleep aid, especially if they're a little bit trickier than your average kid to get to sleep. If you've tried everything, you've cut back on stuff that would make them hyper, and you wear them out at the park or whatever, and they're just like not settling down, or you have a particularly caustic environment, to try to get them to sleep in. It can happen, despite your best efforts. Yeah, melatonin's pretty nice. Still don't remember what all these rooms are. This one's still completely empty. This one's mostly empty. I do want to do something with this though. I have some plans to do some wall art, and I haven't really embarked on that yet. But I did this specifically. There's like a sub wall in here. It's kind of hard to see. Yeah, there's a sub wall in here that's a different substrate than the brick, the stone brick that I'm using here. And I triple layered it so that it doesn't break this brick over here. Cool, right? I thought ahead so much when building this place. But I haven't done a whole lot with this yet. I'll probably turn this into a whole open shelf sort of thing. What's the worst that can happen? I put it all back. Which block is this that we build with? Not refined. I don't think it's refined. Regular stone, perhaps? It's not regular. Oh, it's roughly cut. That's the one that's going up right now. I do like that the building cube now casts its own light. That really helps with darker areas like this when you're trying to do some art. And not just light up the place for nothing. Yeah, maybe. That's not too shabby, honestly. It's stoic, it's not crazy fancy. You can put stuff here on the shelf, which is really handy. We could even do like a light source in this little recessed alcove. I think it adds some extra dimension to the room. If we turn off the light source, it's kind of like, it's not so, you need like something that doesn't produce light source at all. There we go. It's subtle, you know, it's there, but it doesn't, it's not the eye draw to the room per se. I like it. I like it. Sam, hello and welcome. Me, what? Damie's online. Where has he been? Why are people talking about sinking large protein submarines? Oh my god. Yes, we went to Oz's parents' house to assist, to help them out with a secret project. It's not so secret. The project is they're in high consideration, like 90% consideration, to move to our area, which would be amazing. We came to help sort, pack, lug heavy things around that they couldn't necessarily, stuff that's tricky to maneuver or requires lots of brute strength. We just came over and lent our time, our acumen, our resources, and gave them time to spend with the kids while we tried to tackle some of the bigger, crazier parts of the project. And we'll see what happens. It's not a guarantee that they can or will move, but we at least did a lot of, you could also call it spring cleaning. If it doesn't amount to anything, it's at least spring cleaning, you know? The protein submarine talk was my fault. Yeah, I don't know if it's nice of us that there's when we do stuff like this, there's an ulterior motive, right? Like, we're helping out Oz's family in the hopes that they do move. So we get along with them. I get along with them, which is, you know, exceptionally rare. Or at least it was in my life. Exceptionally rare for me to get along with a girl's parents that I was seeing. Not that it's always their fault. Like, it's also kind of my fault. And we get along. They get along with the kids. The kids really like them. It would just be helpful to have other people around that you can rely on for you know, things, anything, logistics, you know. It's helpful, period. It's just helpful. So we tried to talk it up a little bit, and then we backed off, and then they made some decisions of their own, and it just looks like that's a likely thing. And then if it is a likely thing, you know, we want to help. We want to jump in and try to provide whatever resources we can to make it as smooth and easy for them as we can. Yeah. Free babysitting later? We'll see. We'll see. Okay. What's I gonna do? I don't know, like, yes, I do want to work on my mansion, but I also want to work on, like, the surrounding area, too. My mansion feels very isolated and empty by itself. I was working on this the other day. I don't know if can't remember if I did this on stream or off, but the entrance to this whole area, this might be a little too high-tech with the glowing, but just had such a cool feel. This, like, you're stepping into a actual town as you walk in here, and you're leaving a town. You know, it's obviously an entry and exit way, and this was not, you know, vanilla. Built this. We'll see how everybody else likes it. Everybody can always change whatever. You come in and make adjustments to this as you see fit. Wonder, should I make this street go over to the main town too? I feel like that would just make sense to me. Something's got to come over to the main town. My mom is babysitting for my brother and his wife. She lives right across the street from them. It could be a blessing and a curse, though. Yeah, you gotta really like who you're gonna be that heavily engaged with, right? That's kind of the first thing. Is really set yourself up with somebody that you can get along with, and yeah, if it works out, it works out. You've also got to just know how to give each other space. I think that's a big thing. If you are not the sort of family member that knows that separation from others is necessary at times for everyone's mental health, then you can turn into a real problem. You can become a problem. But for the most part, I think it can be mostly beneficial that people get involved in each other's lives and help out. They say when one person's working hard, they can produce, you know, the work of exactly one person. But when two people work together, they produce more than two people's worth of output. I don't know what study or anything that I recall getting that little tidbit of knowledge in, but seems to be the case to me. The more you collaborate, the better the outcomes. Yeah, maybe what we'll do is work on some of the town here today. At least facade work, maybe not so much like internals and going crazy with the decor, but at least starting to get the externals. I think the external parts are kind of more boring, and when everybody just kind of has internal stuff to do, it's going to be a lot more fun and engaging for everybody. That it'll be like, oh, cool, you know, I get to come in here and sort of decorate and see how I would want, you know, like this church to be built up. I really don't like where this grappling hook is. It's so hard to get because that book makes you use the use button to open the book. I forgot this was something I was working on the other day. Maybe I was in stream when I was doing this or not, but need more of this like slate roof. I think we're low. We used up most, if not all of it.
What's wrong, Doug? Nothing.
Thank you for the self-care.
I'm right as the mail.
I love seeing all of you come back after such a long hiatus. Yes, we are back. We flew back in yesterday, so I am jet lagged, but we're still gonna go the full 4 hours. I am so excited. In Dangermit, you actually made it to a stream. I liked your comment dumps on the channel, though. It was really funny to take a look at after the fact. Imagine not fixing your sleep schedule just to break it. Dude, 100%. That was completely me. I did not do a proper sleep schedule while I was on the West Coast. And then I came back here with, you know, crazy jet lag and a bad sleep schedule. And I come right back to my really shitty normal sleep schedule. So I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. Probably this week, I'm going to be at some of my most tired and stupid. So FYI, tiredness and stupidness for a while. Hey, Based, is this real? Me not seeing missing a stream? Well, you're seeing this one for 2 weeks. If you didn't see anything, you didn't miss out. I was just gone. We were on vacation, helping out Oz's fam. Trying to be good kiddos to the fam bam. Me trying to be a good in-law. Yeah. Chief, it is good to see you as well. Absolutely fantastic. How has everything been? Hopefully smashing. Us, it was the vacation was a bit of a mixed bag. It was definitely I would say more work than leisure, but we got some good stuff done, and ultimately I'm coming back home recharged, not by sleep, because I definitely did not fix my sleep schedule or anything, but at least recharged my soul. You know what I mean? Yeah. Why is it that whenever I get paired with a teammate, I only get half the work done I would have done on my own, spending time answering their questions and bringing them up to speed? It's two. What I said is 2 people working produces more than 2 people's worth of productivity. So you actually need the other person to work and not be like grossly under or behind schedule with what they need to know. Yeah. Wait, we're on the West Coast. We're looking for ideas for our vacay in Cali. So the majority of the places we were outside of LA in Orange County. That's basically the same county as Disneyland and Knott's Berry Farm, for those of you that are theme park addicts. So I know that county, LA County, and some of the outlying areas beyond that pretty darn well. I could give you some good travel tips and recommendations. Yeah. Busy yet not at the same time, but very likely we'll be doing better soon. All right, I got my toes crossed for you. I'll show that my OF later on. my OF channel called D crossing his toes. That's my screen name. Let's watch how many of you frantically type that in to see if it's real. Real life endangerment is an IRS agent. What? I don't know about that one. A Wild Oz is appearing. Hi. Yes. Jalapeno Cheetos. Yeah, but we could stick with that. Yeah, but we can stick with Cheetos. Oh, yes, let me catch up with endangerment. Have you paid your taxes yet? I paid my taxes early. Yeah. We usually do them like the moment I get my last of the tax forms that we need. I basically read guides that tell you what tax forms you are absolutely on the line for. I wait until they all come in. I have like a checklist thing in a Notion article. If you're not using Notion and you're a full-grown adult, what are you doing with your life? You're either doing one of 2 things. You're missing stuff, like you miss deadlines or problems. What?
Party XCVI just subscribed.
Sam, thank you so much. There's the other one. I knew it was coming.
The Parker Kimberlin just subscribed.
Congrats, guys. Welcome to your new tier 1 subs. Shiny, brand new, exciting. And I am working on new emoji in all of my spare time. Some stuff is close to being ready to drop, and I hope to excite and wow because I've learned quite a few art thingamajiggers and since my last run of emoji. So I'm excited to be releasing those. They will be out sometime this year for those of you that are interested in that. All tiers also get streamer bot perks as well. So if you like streams that do more than just the Twitch perks that you get from being subbed, I check everybody's sub status and apply additional stuff all upon you for having subbed. And some of that is handled by my bot. So you will always get more per sub on my channel than most people because I'm a big nerd and I know how to program. Yeah, so we took care of all of our taxes early. Oh, I was gonna say either you miss out on everything in your life or you memorize everything in your head or write it down on paper, and those are both awful systems compared to Notion. You really should use Notion. I am not sponsored by Notion, by the way. I wish they would give me money so that all the times I talk about them, I feel like I'm actually getting paid for all the nice things that I say. But they don't pay me. I use Notion, and we have a checklist, and then I do the taxes myself. I don't pay anybody. I pay myself to do my taxes. I used to pee in the pool near people. Is that weird? It's unfortunate for them, but not entirely weird. That's why we were one of the main reasons why chlorine gets applied so heavily in water parks. I'm a big fan of water parks. I haven't been to one in a long time. I hope my kids are not afraid of water and that they really enjoy water parks, because if not, I'll be sad. I don't even know if we have water. We've got to have water parks near us. I'll have to do some research. They're not old enough, but eventually, soon, it's going to happen. It's becoming night. Quick, build an underground base before the zombies come out. This game does have something analogous. It is like 1/3 Minecraft in this game. Kid you not. Yes, W subscribers. Either welcome or win, or both. And thank you for using my golf clap. That one was hard. I actually don't know animation. So my golf clap emoji was me hand drawing the frames and making my best guess and then adjusting it because it looked awful the first time. My first hands were terrible, and so I needed to do it over. It needed to look like a golf clap and not like happy clapping hands. I feel like too many people's hands that they do for emojis are way too happy. Do you all know like the head pats mod? If you especially watch VTubers, a lot of VTubers have this one. It's the same mod for everybody, and it's a hand that you can conjure with like channel points or bits or whatever, and then it tracks the person's head and follows their head around, so it gives them head pats. But the way it does it is like frenetic and brutal. It's like too much. It would hurt. It looks like it's like rubbing too fast. It's doing like a palp. I don't know. There's something wrong. It's doing it wrong. It doesn't look good at all. It doesn't look comfortable at all. Stupid hand animation. Whoever you are, fix it. Go get yourself fixed. Afraid of water. They drink tea daily. Oh, my kids? My kids drink tons of water, but I mean like getting in it, like not just they go to like splash parks where they have like spraying devices around, and then they get wet and they enjoy that because it's very hot where we live, but they don't submerge themselves in water. So that's the part where I'd be like, if we go down a slide and it ends with you going underwater, I don't want to have you traumatized because of that. But they do like tea. We do like tea here in this household, but more like Taiwanese, like your milk teas, the kind that you would normally put boba in if you're a boba fan. We're not really boba fans, but we like the milk teas. Yeah. VTubers, since I'm a man of culture, I do love them. Well, there you go. Lucy Pyre has that, if I remember right. Yeah, it feels wrong, right? Like it feels like. I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it because this is what I feel. The speed of the hand and the way that it doesn't quite look like it's patting ahead, it looks masturbatory. It looks like somehow you're masturbating somebody's top of their head. If that's even if that's possible at all. If there's somebody out there who can be head jerked. That looks like what is happening. And also, isn't head patting like awfully subjugating to somebody? Like, would you go up to somebody and pat a random person and pat them on the top of their head? Doesn't that feel like you're establishing dominance in some sort of awful way? To me, it's not like a good job. A good job is like a one tap on the shoulder, not like 100 frenetic taps on top of their head. It just doesn't seem right. Doesn't seem right. Ugh, I missed the roof. Head pat, nah. Head slam. See, I could get behind that. that at least has some sort of a, you know, stronger and more normal meaning. Everybody's seen a head slam into another head. Sometimes by accident with our kids. It happens. Did everybody see that I added this like nice front porch? Oh, I really like the vibes on this. I want to add a lot more flowers, maybe bigger flowers, and more lighting. But it's a vibe, you know. You come out here and it's just like, it's a hot day. You don't want to be in the house anymore, and so you just sit and you like people watch. Of course, there aren't any townspeople NPCs in the game yet, but at some point, you know, at some point we want to make that happen. Yes, for those of you who are coming in late, again, sorry that I went on a 2-week hiatus without telling anybody that we were going to go be helpful to my in-laws. And 2, welcome. We have a discourse topic tonight, which is: do you have a theory or a stance that is somewhat unpopular among like everybody else you know, or everybody you've found online? You find online groups and you've posted. Doesn't have to be like an "Am I the asshole?" You know, the AITA threads on Reddit or whatever. Could be something else. But you assert yourself, and everybody else is like, no, you're weird, or that's wrong, or whatever's happening is something is wrong. Something is wrong with you, and you're like, no, I think I'm right. You insist that you're right. You know what it is. My friend pats me in the back. Wait, how does that happen? In? I mean, I can think. I can answer that in my own head, but why don't you tell me? Because my way is a lot different than what you might be trying to allude to. Hello, Lady Nico. Welcome. Long time no see. Dig the dirt blocks. I do not need dirt. What I need is these roof blocks, and I had come down here. We were having such a good conversation. I've been parkouring all this time and not actually building the thing that I came down here to build. We were going to build a roof block to finish the church. The stone shingle roof block. We're going to eventually need to get some flint stone here. But we can start by grabbing a 10 stack of these. Yeah. People watch, all I see is the mountain blinding my vision. Oh, yeah. I don't like that the mountain's right there. I might do some terrain adjustments so that when you're sitting on my porch, you actually see up into the town here or something else. It's I'm not too big of a fan of the way the land slopes, but I don't know how crazy I want to get. You know what I mean? Not sure. Maybe I'll just build another building on the other side. Like, I don't know, something with like an outdoor patio, like a tavern or something with outdoor seating. That might be cool. Then you could just watch, like, people watch everybody eating their food. If I were to say 2 of the topics that I talk about a lot that are like that, it might cause some tenseness here, so I'll refrain from the one. I know you've seen my Twitter, so you're probably fairly aware of what I'm talking about. Yeah. I do. I get you. I refrained from some of those for the time being, but I am looking for ways to eventually incorporate those into the greater stream repertoire. So I'm not trying to be timid about it. I do eventually want to get into some grittier conversations, but for the time being, I'm mostly playing nice and not going into the particularly largely harder hitting topics that I would like to later on. Yeah. This is a lovely Roblox game. Nice. Is this Fortnite? Based endangerment? Are you the same person? You two have like a vibe. I'm just curious. If you're not, I apologize if I'm insulting either of you, but there's just like a vibe happening here that I'm particularly fond of. Don't get me wrong. You just seem to say a lot of like the same kind of things. Here's a problem. Do we build this down or do we build this out so that this doesn't happen? Or do we just leave it where it's like a little bit asynchronous? Maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine. It's just a very sensitive topic. I get it. I got in an argument with a family member while we were on vacation about the very topic you and I are not discussing out loud right now. So, yeah. And by argument, I mean everything was civil. You know, we were both consenting. So it was definitely nothing like tempers were flaring and going ad hominem or anything like that. We're still family. We're still cool. But yeah. And like with a lot of things, what I'm particularly great at, which can be frustrating to some people in this particular family member, is being devil's advocate, having similar takes as somebody else, and trying to get them to voice themselves against somebody who's holding quite a different viewpoint than their own. Yeah. Especially because I feel with my family, they'll live sort of in an area where everybody ideologically shares some of the same thoughts and ideas and biases. And so I feel like it's healthy for them to stretch their muscles out and actually talk or share ideas with somebody who's voicing a desperate vantage than theirs. Even if I don't necessarily disagree with what they're saying, I also want them to feel like they're hearing another side of the argument that they wouldn't otherwise. Does that make sense? It's just crazy luck. I don't believe in luck, only interest. Huh? I've lost very close mutual or two on Twitter because of it, and I'm sure you're probably aware of what they called me because of that topic. It's dumb. It's dumb. Especially if they're very close mutual or any sort of friends. That's it's crazy to me that we close off each other for having disparate ideas. Especially if only more people would get to the place where they're asking, why do you feel this way? Or what is your motivating factor? Like, what do you care about the most? You know, I think we'd often hear that the people that we disagree with the most have a similar, that's what I'm looking for, motivator, if they would just shut up and listen to you. But a lot of people just want their own ideas out, and they don't want to hear yours if they think you're antagonistic to them, and they'll find a way to vilify your stance. It's a real shame that we're there in the state of affairs. Do I want to do it this way? I don't like this. I don't know how to... I guess I would just delete these block by block. I could do that, but I want to... Yeah, I want to cut out some of this. Ugh. Ugh. You just got to do it with the hammer. It's the only way. This way. This is awkward and weird. And I don't like it. But... in order to finish the church in like a pretty way, I think this is how it has to happen. I'm from Ohio, enough said. Oh yeah. Similar vibes, even if that point you get close to those vibes are not the same. Even if the point that you get those vibes are not the same. Oh, yeah. I think that's the bigger problem we have right now with hard conversations with each other is people are in a space where they're not looking at the vibes, they're only looking at the application. And yeah, like I agree, some ways in which people want to apply their vibes are pretty bad and make me not want to keep talking. But the vibes have to be recognized, that we're sort of coming from the same vibe system, and the means of communication have to stay open. We're talking very glib right now, but hopefully everybody's deriving some value of what I'm saying. Hot single communist near your area? What? Oh, sorry, endangerment. Why am I missing? Did you build a church on a graveyard? Hang on, what did you say before that? Make a bunch of factories, produce 350 million metric tons of plastic waste. Global warming is here. Trash the ocean, get a unique ending. We are definitely doing that. Yep, it's true. I don't think anybody is particularly excited about that outcome, but I think some people are okay with dying and making that somebody else's problem. I have watched some interviews with people that I was kind of surprised to see, and I don't think this is the regular viewpoint of normal humanity, so I wouldn't say this is representative of any one particular type of person, but I have seen people say, I'm comfortable with trashing something or harming like environment or future or chances of human life if I die before the repercussions hit. It's kind of smelly. It's kind of gross. It's crazy that somebody would think that way. But at the same time, people think that way. They do. This church is, I guess it's built by a graveyard because there's a graveyard here. And there's other places where people are buried. There's probably some people buried in this work shed on the side too. But there's graveyard happening around here. Yeah. Yeah, I know communism took like a big swing in the US for a while. It seemed like it was a pretty exciting take, a hot take for people to be into communism. That oh no, can we do this? Or does this feel like it's not quite low enough? I feel like it was more kind of like a millennial sort of what's the word I'm looking for? Thought movement or phase, and that younger generations kind of didn't vibe the same way about that as a possibility. Like, could we move toward communism? But it was popular, coming back in popularity for a little while. I think some of the problem is the ideas behind communism. If you take away all the failures, look good, and the people that don't want it to ever work only look at the failures. Like, it will never work because look at all these failures. Whereas a proper good arguer of a communism would say, we know that those are failures, so we would implement it differently, right? Heard that about socialism as well, where people say, look at all the socialist countries, they're all destined to fail because they've all failed. Or any new socialist country is destined to fail because they've all failed prior. That's like, well, they've all failed so far, right? Not to say that I'm necessarily like a communist or socialist shill, but I also get where people's argumentation against these things falls flat because they're arguing sort of the wrong take. How do I get this right where it needs to be? Okay, there we go. Personally, my My biggest fear of a US that tried to implement socialism or communism is we're so awful with implementation of government productivity. I have a lot of friends who, not a lot, but I have some friends who work in government, and they're really unproductive, and they complain about everybody else also being very unproductive. And I think we throw a lot of money and big government force at a problem to try to get it solved. We'll find out how ineffective our populace has been so far at doing that in a government sense. I don't know what the right answer is. Do we wait until younger generation people come into government offices and try to mix things up? But the career public workers that I know from older generations, it's not a good vibe. I would not want my tax money going to friends of mine who work 2 hours a day and then spend the rest of the day pissing their time away. Let me try to catch up with multiple chats here. Ghost. Wait, where do you see a ghost? Capitalism, yes. United States of America, yes. Bald eagle bird. Capitalism has its benefits. Obviously, it fails, and if you are a capitalist shill, you'll do yourself a good service to argue with other people. If you ever get in an argument in defense of capitalism, you'll do yourself a service to learn where it's failing, especially in the US, so that you can argue better. Healthcare is a great place where if you are a big proponent of capitalism, you got to know that it's failing there and just take the L. You'll do a better job arguing your stance if you take the L with that one. God, why are roofs so hard to get lined up right in this game? It's just turning into a nightmare. I think I'll have to go underneath and do a lot of cleanup after I'm done up here at the top. But yeah. Chad finally went down. Akumu, congratulations. You're in the adult part of your evening. My fave. I like my kids, but I also like Chad going down. Everyone tries to be too extreme, too black and white. That is 100%. Like, I think the big... That's nose on the issue. I forgot. I didn't do the self-care that somebody redeemed earlier. Chief, I don't think I did the full stretch and everything else. I apologize. That's me. That's my bad. But yeah, people are way too extreme, too polarized. Obviously, you go too far left, too far right. You see people circling around and coming around to the other side, especially with some weird things like racism. Really, really crazy era to live in, to see lots of extreme thoughts coming out where everything has to be like fully one camp or fully the other camp. Welcome back, Oz. Hello. Well, thank you. Oz brought snacks because he's the snack goblin. Sure. Is there a website or an Instagram? An Etsy? Okay. I'm gonna turn on my light just for a second to promote this. So Oz recently received this very nice, is this crochet or knit? It is crochet bag. This creator is local to us and is on Etsy. There's the straps and everything.
They're one of the most awesome...
You have to get super close.
They're one of the most awesome awkward beans.
And their Etsy is tail spin. So like tail spin, but with an E instead of an I. I'll just post it in one of my chats so everybody can see. Etsy, like that. For name reasons and because Tailspin was awesome. All right, let me catch up with chat because now I'm definitely backlogged by quite a bit. Thanks for the schnook. I think everyone's attitude is like, oh well, it's not happening now, it couldn't be that bad, or they think that we're going to have space travel and we could just move on to a new planet or something before we have to worry about anything. There are some people out there. I mean, why do we have another big space race push, right? The whole idea that we can escape the fate that we're creating here on this planet. That's crazy. Absolutely crazy. And yeah, awful way to look at things. Because we'll create problems there and we're just not, it's not sustainable. Better to fix the problems that we do have from the ground up. Was it made by the factory? Wait, was what made by the factory? Child labor. To be honest, very honest, I don't mind dying, but if someone else dies, I would be sad. You know what? I feel that way too. I also feel like I mind dying only in that it would make other people sad. Like having kids, I feel much more tense about my own life if it were like endangered in some way because of the resource that they lose. So I do have to be kind of mindful of that. Whereas before kids, I was like, well, if the world loses me, there's a lot of other people that are like cooler, smarter. And that's fine. I'm not like a person who seeks my own end in any way, but I value other people a lot more. Yeah. Honestly, I think we just need a blend of socialism with democracy. A lot of the US's programs and things operate on that already. It's just not going too far in any one direction. I could see a mix of socialism with capitalism. The democracy thing, I like our republic sort of style, but I think we need to be held accountable with like maybe some sort of a third-party system that audits things like against gerrymandering so that we have much more fair representation of areas than trying to get the underdogs to have some sort of equal share of people when in realistic terms they would not. They have to do things squirrely and, in my opinion, cheating to make that happen. Yeah. A lot of the US's programs and things operate on that already. It's just not going too far in any one direction. True. I mean, we're already quite socialist in many different ways. And if you think about in terms of our wealth gap, we are definitely socialist in many ways for the wealthy. They have a lot of great breaks and opportunities available to them. Some of them are extrajudicial, like they don't exist in our actual legal system, but they still have access to them because of their money. And then we have more of like a free market capitalism for the poorer people. So we've got something of a mix already. I don't know if that's going particularly well with that division, but that's the way things exist currently. When you go too far in any direction, that's when problems arise. Definitely. I know people who are who talk about like big social welfare structures, like to cite Scandinavian countries as having, you know, really great support for their people. But a lot of the folks in Scandinavia, like especially in Sweden, I have some friends and former allegiances over there who talk about like those social programs are great when you use them, but if you're one of the citizens that doesn't use them, and it requires more citizens that don't use them than do to make it viable, it sort of feels like you're getting cheated. And they all sort of have a sort of a disdain out of the people that I know. I shouldn't say all. The people I know who are not using the social programs because it just doesn't apply to them, like they don't have kids or they're not involved with this or don't have this special status or that, feel like stuff is constantly being taken from them. And you could tell them, you know, when everybody else is doing great, when everyone's going well in your country, you know, isn't that better for you? Don't you feel better about that? And I'm not really hearing the acknowledgement of that. Like, they don't seem down for that part. And there's significant black markets up in those areas. So if you really do want to get away from paying like higher taxes for especially big goods, like I know somebody that does car trading through Sweden, They do it outside of the country's bounds, and you know, Sweden works really hard to lock down markets so that there isn't a black market, but there still is. Yeah. Endangerment, you're pretty tired? Then go take a nap, but then come back and fire the missiles, please. Who here thinks fascism is great? I get where fascism can be a strong uniting force. So I think it is great in power, but I don't think it's a great idea. Does that make sense? Like it is like Oz the Great and Powerful. When you put somebody in absolute power over everybody else and you apply a really strong cult of personality over that person, then like I super get how a bunch of people who don't feel like they have strong direction or knowledge about anything might look to that person and feel strong feelings about them. It can feel very unifying, and you can feel a sense of camaraderie and shared experience with your neighbors. I can see the perks. Way more drawbacks, but I can see the perks. I do get it. I get why some people try their hand at doing it. Very good and easy to control a large amount of people, but not too large. Otherwise, you'll get you'll have to start making gulags. I love 2007, best time to exist in. Not 1999. I thought the headcanon these days was that the Matrix got it right. That humanity really did see their greatest, greatest era of all mankind in 1999. Hey, Tara. D, you survived. Yes, Cali was good to us, actually. Good food, good friends and family. A little bit rough here and there. You are my dad. You're my dad. Welcome, Oz. I still have my streak. That's true, you do. I did not stream while you couldn't watch me. Although, realistically, if I streamed in Cali, you probably would have come and watched the stream to make sure that your streak stayed intact, right? All right. Yeah. But yes, Cali for the most part was very, very kind to us, and good times and lots of good food that we missed. Yep. Yes, I apologize for the ad breaks. They have to come. I cannot turn them off entirely. I invoke the fifth. Now I will be quiet. You only have to invoke the fifth if you're actually endangerment. Like you broke a rule or something. Or you're accused of a crime. I think that's it, right? That's ducking adorable. Yeah, the creator incorporated their name in the branding. Check them out on Etsy. There's some really good stuff, and quality is very good. I would say, me personally, I've seen a lot of crochet work, and quick crochet or loosely crocheted stuff, loosely hooked, can be, you know, easy to pull apart, easy to fall apart, easy wear and tear can sort of ruin what you've got. But Tailspin's products are like high quality, good stuff. Feels like it's gonna last. Yeah. Mars is smaller, but they say size doesn't matter. What are we talking about? Do you want to go to Mars? Would you? Would you travel to Mars if it were subsidized? Would you rather see a tree grow? What are you doing? I won't ban you. Be careful with your jokes. This is you're on a platform whose TOS is much larger than my own channel. So you know what you're doing when you play that game. Biggest thing is having an actual democracy and not having people that are power hungry. Yeah, that part pretty much ruins every system, right? Like if you say, what's the big problem with invoked socialist countries? It's the people in power. What's the problem with communism? What's the problem with capitalism? It's almost all of it comes down to somebody who's got power in the situation has fucked it up, has made it awful now. but it's not the system itself. It's really, so maybe what the best thing to do is try to look at systems in terms of how can you apply a system that hedges bets against bad actors in the best way. And that's fascism. That's why we have no, I'm just kidding. But that's probably why we have some fascism, right? Is some people who are like, you know what? All I just really want is to make sure that I stay in power, nobody confronts my authority, and whatever I say is always the final arbitration on the matter. So maybe that's how you get fascists. Uh 2 weeks out of town, still missed a single stream. Got an 89 stream streak. Is anybody else even close to topping that? I don't think that's possible. I don't think anybody in the history of my channels could top 89. 89's a lot. I'm at 3. To be fair, 3 is a long streak for me. I appreciate it. 3, you know, it's not about the length of the streak. It's about how you use it. I appreciate you being here. I don't know if I would want to leave this planet or live in space. Like, it would be fun to get close and see places like Saturn. Pat? I don't know the thought of it. If something ruptures and you're literally imploding, not a nice thought. I mean, there are so many ways that you can die in the real world. Somebody might think that being in space couldn't be all that more chaotic or awful if something bad were to happen to you. But let me tell you, it is way more bad and awful. The options, the ways in which you could die in space are much more nefarious, precarious. You can have a really bad time in space with so many different variables that could go wrong. So yeah, don't think like we are close to sorting out the space problem. I don't think we are. It's possibly a very bad time. Many awful ways to die. Uh-oh, I don't think I wanted to get rid of that one. There we go. It's coming along. This is actually not a bad tactic to smoothing out a ceiling. You just overbuild when you're above it, and then clear out the fluff when you're underneath it. It seems to be actually, this side came out way faster and right than that side. I think I might have to do some more building on the other side to make that work. But yeah, I think this is coming along pretty nice. Should I bring you the Baphomet she made so everyone can see that too? Let's see the Baphomet, please. Oh, tonight is a 90 stream streak. Good stuff. Or you could take a picture of it and put it in Discord. You don't have to hike all the way down here and all the way back up again. Plus, you're going to be streaming in a couple days anyways. You can show it for all of its angles that way too. Endangerment, you have a 0 streak. That's all right. We talked about that. We talked about this. Is that a Napoleon meme? What is what a Napoleon meme? Are you trying to tell me a short joke? Just kidding. Napoleon wasn't short. For those of you that didn't know, Napoleon was actually what, like 5'8"? I think the problem was we were using American measurements to talk about Napoleon's height, and he was not measured with the American system, so it doesn't even make sense to apply that way. We take that one out, and not that one. That, nope, not that. Maybe that's it. That little crown nugget there is gonna have to be the way it is. It just looks like, doesn't look beautiful. But yeah, maybe that's just how it has to be. Yeah, it's definitely how it has to be. That's fine. I just cleared my elixir well. Congratulations! Oh, the first one? Nice. I'm guessing it's the first one. You can tell me if I'm wrong. Get a monthly Twitch channel sub for your favorite streamer, games every week, and other gaming benefits. What are you talking about right now? Yeah. Living on the moon be crazy. I don't think we could do the moon. We could do Mars with some crazy new technology that we don't have yet. But I'm much more skeptical about the moon. All right, we need like one more block. It's like right there. One. That do it? I think that fixed it. Nice. I don't even care. I'm not even mad that these boards here don't line up because of the textures. I'm not even mad. This is fine. Although that little gap there is a little bit annoying. I'm not sure if there's anything we can do to fix it though. I might just build up the pillar on the outside or something like that. We'll figure something out. What if we run into some shit like a Doctor Who episode like The Waters of Mars? I've never watched Doctor Who. Does that make me a bad person? Would you all still love me if I confess to you on stream tonight here that I've never watched any Doctor Who? Not the new, not the old, none of them. Nothing. Yeah. About the only way you wouldn't die in space that you could here is gravity related. I mean, I guess so. It's a lot easier to die of hypothermia and asphyxiation and pressure problems in space than it is on dry land. You have a lot of the same problems in deep ocean. Yeah, but we don't spend a lot of time down there. Yeah, falling is not a big issue in space. It's not too big. First one, congratulations. It's tricky. The first guy that you face, it feels kind of OP. Like we all did it with a group of us, and even then, he felt strong, and we died a few times, like several of us. So I can't imagine doing it alone as your first foray. I would beg you to check out Doctor Who. When I have spare time arrive in my life by some sort of magic trick, magic fairy, then I hope to. Is this refined? It is not. Crap. Is this regular? It is not regular either. This is how I figure out what kind of block I'm staring at, because I never remember all these different types of blocks. It's not weathered. It is weathered. This doesn't look like weathered to me. Maybe it does. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to build this up one more block higher on the outside to just sort of cheat the situation. And then I think on the inside, it's not going to have that same air gap. Oh yeah, that's good. That's good. There's just a little bit of like a luminescence that comes through, but that's a game issue. That's not the it's not a problem with the... There's some stuff over there too. Do I really care? I see gaps underneath the eaves like all over, and I don't think I care. No, I'm not gonna like sit here and fill all that in for no good reason, just for the church. Waters of Mars is a really good episode. I would watch it. Okay, I'll give it a shot. I only comment on the streams I watched or if I remember. I appreciate that. That means that you've watched a lot of my streams after the fact, and I super appreciate that. Thank you very much, Endangerment. I think what we need are these guys. We can make them fit. I think we can. Like that. Yes. Put another one on this side. Yes. Yes! We might have to double layer the roof, or it's going to look bad. But, Maybe I don't care. Maybe I don't care that much. Yeah. So I figured out where I fell off last night watching X. Oz and I were watching an A24 70s horror film. Not from the 70s, but like 70s styled horror film. And she passed out. So she's trying to figure out where she had passed out. All right, this is looking pretty good. Oh, do I want to leave this open like this? Maybe. Maybe not. Oh, it's so bright. It's my eyes. It's not bad, though. Definitely looks better from the outside now, I'm sure. Dude, I think he was nuked. He wasn't as hard this time. Oh, like nerfed? Could be thanks to one of the weapons Lady Nico gave me. Thanks, Lady Nico. Oh, yeah, that looks pretty good from the outside. Like, a little bit recessed in from the greater wall is not a bad aesthetic. Do I want to maybe raise the edges of those pillars to give that recessed look just a little bit of extra panache? Because some of these areas over here, yeah, the pillars are a little bit more raised. They're all kind of uneven, but maybe that's okay. I think that's just the way it was when we got here, and we just haven't gone around to try to like fix or adjust it all. But I think I'll raise the two corner pillars of this particular wall. I can make it back up there. And then I'm going to move on to something else, so I'm not just staring at this one castle the whole time. I lasted about 45 minutes. Yeah. Yeah. Too bad I'm always caught. Oh, that you're always caught watching. Oh, so that you can't watch my streams? Normally ends with someone slamming the table or yelling at me to wake up. When you... Oh, when you fall asleep? Do you fall, who all here falls asleep watching movies? I'm the sort of person that I cannot. Like, when I start watching a movie, I'm highly engaged in what I'm doing. I really, really care about movies. Maybe too much. Maybe I care too much about movies. I think I'd like to call myself a cinemaphile. I haven't watched a lot, but of the movies I've watched, I have strong opinions. Oh yeah, just one layer higher. That looks so much better. We probably want to do something with this wall at some point, like make windows. But that's good. That's pretty good. This is feeling a lot more cohesive already. R. What are you trying to do? What's going on? I am based. Are you having a stroke? David Tennant is my favorite Doctor of the new ones. I've heard a lot of good things about David Tennant. I'm apparently really good at stealth sleeping now. Oz can sleep without anybody having any idea what's going on. Or at least me. I have no idea what's going on. She's been sleeping through a lot of stuff lately, and I haven't caught it to wake her up, and I don't know how to do it if she hides herself from me. Normally Dia's like, hey, you're sleeping, but the last 2 times passed out, he was like, wait, you were asleep? Right? I'm technically asleep. I'm playing the new Honkai Star Rail Patch story. I have no idea what those words together mean, but it sounds fun. Oh, nerfed. Yeah. It's a place where they actually have a land of dreams, so you're dreaming to visit the place. Oh, that's cute. I like that. It's like, isn't there like a Captain Nemo or something? It's like an old game series where he'd go to Dreamland and fight there. Yeah. Not movies unless I've seen it a ton of times. I won't watch a movie more than a few times. There are probably only... When I was younger and we didn't have like streaming or anything like that, we just had like broadcast TV. My family never had cable or anything like that. If a movie was on TV and I was bored, I'd probably sit and watch the same movie that I've already seen a few times just because that's what was on TV. Or especially if nothing else better was on TV, I would just sit and watch a movie that I've already seen. But this feels like this deserves a roof. Yeah. This guy used to have a roof for sure. It's supposed to be a house. There's a little cottagey thing back here too. What happened? What happened to you? Can you do 1 block of roof? I feel like you can't. You should be able to. Is that not a thing? Or am I just like not looking in the right place? Maybe one of these. These are ramps. That's not the same thing at all. I wish one of these blocks were just tiny. Tiny enough to do something like that. This doesn't seem right. Oh, I wonder if you could do it with... Oh, there, single roof block. I'm dumb. You can. You can. It's not coming together as neatly as I'd hoped. Hard to stand here. Whoops. Not there. Better. Kind of better. Kind of not. Went too far over, I think. That's better. But it needs one, like, in there. There. That's what we were looking for. Beautiful. Love it. Okay. Catch up with chat. Normally ends with weirder that. Isn't that the bite of 87? What are we talking about? Yes, I'm fixing the abandoned buildings. Eventually these buildings won't be abandoned though. Or just broke poor people who can't pay for a roof over their head. So the idea of this game is that all these places were destroyed when raiders and monsters from the Shroud came out, and then all the people basically died, and all of their places were left either in part destruction or disarray or whatever. So we're going back and fixing up this whole town. Eventually, there's a plan that the developers want to add NPCs to villages that you can add in. So we can populate this area with some, you know, walking around people and stuff. Just like Minecraft villagers or something like that. I don't know what they have in mind exactly, but we want to make the place spiffy for those people who will eventually be implemented into the game. That game very good because they are anime girls. Oh, the dream game. It's really twisted. There are a lot of politics involved and a lot of factions all trying to do the same goal for this part of the story. Oh, I like that. A lot of twists and turns that are not what they seem, and people aren't what they appear to be. I do like that. I like intrigue in a story. I really care about movies too, but I also care about my back not hurting. I can't save. This is not a save, not a game that can be saved. But thank you for telling me to try to save. The game saves on its own. It's a server based. Hey, I hear child noises. I don't know if you have the other monitor on at this moment. Care about my back not hurting. Sitting up in bed, we need a different headboard, and my body is like, so I know we're watching this movie, but I'm tired. Yeah. Thanks, Oz. If I was caught up with chat, I would have seen the roof block there. I need to make more of the this kind of block because there's lots of this kind of roof everywhere that needs fixing, and I know I don't have enough of it just on my own. Hawkeye's Tower Rail is a gacha game. Oh, okay. But it has really good story and character development. I can respect that. Roof tiles. This is the one we need. Well, we have some fired brick. I'm going to use it all up. We'll just have to make more fired brick down the line. Fired brick is not the hardest thing to go farm. I feel like just the style of these homes, they all have like stone on the bottom and then the half timbered look on the upper parts. So I think that's what we're going to have to do here is give it some half timber. Maybe one base of half timber, and then we'll start on roof. And it feels like it needs to be facing that way. So probably go this. I don't have a lot of half timbered, but enough to get this job done, I feel. Fiance, and then watch House MD before bed. It's something he technically doesn't have to pay attention to due to his brain issues caused by the celiac. Once his 4 weeks of gluten is out of his system, it's back to our pay attention shows. I like that. It's good to have stuff you could just sort of decompress to anyways. Oh, Fiance and I. There we go. Could I send you a video to react to? Yes. Yes, you can. Do you love the song named Karama from that JoJo girl? Are you asking Lady Nico? Uh-oh. Damn. We're gonna have to do something about me not having places to stand so I can work on this better. There we go. Let's take a look. How do I pull this up? On the stream, there's a way. That is not the way that I wanted to do it. Kind of works, but not. Let's stop this. Okay. An animated short. Rondo across countless culpas. Okay, first of all, you go over here. You go into... Where is my... I have a extension just for this. And then when it's out... I guess we could do it this way. Yes. Yes. Live production. I should really have done this a long time ago, is figure out how to get better watch parties sorted out on stream. But let's start. Not sure what you mean by JoJo girl. Yeah, I don't know either. I'm sorry. Okay, let's give it a shot. Will we hear it is the next question.
The remembrance is no different than the sea.
Does everybody hear that?
Never gaze upon its surface on a starless night. Waiting for someone?
Oh, too loud. My bad.
Then, how about a dance?
Better?
My gaze has lingered on her for quite a while. And tonight, I initiate our first engagement. A Galaxy Ranger, as mysterious as the rumors suggest. A blend of nobility and reticence. Yet, in this nocturnal hunt, the Ranger is not the only one who hunts. At this distance, you're more enchanting than you seem. Without a doubt, she seeks the Watchmaker's legacy. In this game, everyone lies, but memories do not. Just keeps on getting better, doesn't it? Everyone has a past, and the past shapes the present. Some people hold on to memories, while others are haunted by them, unable to escape. That is why I took action. I want to know what she is. Many were drawn to this feast. The IPC.
Does this look like a Final Fantasy limit break to anybody else? I just feel like we've traversed so many different times and spaces. I'm just waiting to see like a crazy massive laser beam shoot down and like 9999 damage stacking on top of each other over and over again. That's really good so far though. I like the music and I like the thematics of the art style behind them, like the world building behind them.
The Garden of Recollection, Fools, the Nameless, and the Annihilation Gang. They should have been present, but Duke Inferno is dead. He and his children won't be attending. What have you done, beautiful Ranger? Excuse me. Are you asking me? Who are the Annihilation Gang? My gaze has lingered on her for quite a while, and tonight is our final engagement. The Galaxy Ranger? No, I've made a grave mistake. Everyone has a past, but for some, their past is a silent abyss, filled with those who drowned in it. Annihilation Gang. Annihilation Gang. Oh. Those guys.
Interesting. Honkai Star Radio. Thank you for sharing that. Yeah. What do you guys think? Dripping with uh-oh. Didn't mean to click on whatever I just clicked on. It is dark AF here now. Yeah, dripping with ambiance, lots of heavy, different sorts of scenery and imagery in one very short scene. Tackle on many different art styles, vibes. One real big vibe, predatory, right? Giving me Madoka Magica vibes. Does that sound familiar? I'm not sure what that is either, so maybe. I want to run this by giving the triple self-care thing. Oh, thank you for waiting. Appreciate you. Yeah, honestly, that's it's intriguing. I mean, there's a lot of talk that's kind of like over my head about just what's going on, but I like that level of sort of internal monologuing and manipulation of others sort of thing. I'm big into stories that have a lot to do with getting into the psychology and politics of other people in their heads and that sort of thing. Social roguing, or barding, if you will. play the game, Damien. I'm playing the game. This these stream nights, Wednesday stream nights, are about the chat. The Enshrouded days are actually my Friday programming. Is that right? Yes, Friday programming. Could I show you another one? It's their wildest cinematic they have made so far. Yes. Anime style, but English tweaks my brain weird. Honestly, to me, I'm always thinking about the voice actors as like localization folks, because I've done so much localization in my career as well. Oh, poop. That it's hard for me to think of it in terms of like that could possibly be the real voice. I also think like, who's the real voice actress? What was sort of like, how did they localize the cultural aspects? What's missing? How would it sound? Even if it is like an actual English first production, my brain still twists it around too. It's hard for me to think of in terms of people that look like that could possibly speak English. Scary threat, I sense. Yeah, it was definitely threatening. I can't find the server again. Wait, the Enshrouded server? If it's not coming up on... Wait, hang on. How do we do this? How did I do this? Hang on, Akumu. I got you. We go to join an online game. And how did I make this happen? Dedicated? You might have to click... Wait, it is a dedicated server. Uh-oh. Did I screw this up by clicking too many empty things? Okay. So, yeah, I think I only have 3 things come up to make this happen. You can also cheat since I'm also on the server by doing only show friend sessions, but you can get on yourself whenever I'm not on by show dedicated server, show password protected server, and show empty server if nobody else is on can sometimes help. That one percolated mine to the top for me. And I have to pick this one. But yeah, you can just well, actually, if you join friend, I might not be actually on Steam in a discoverable way. I can change that real quick. Make it happen. Also, you could just join on my game. One way or the other, we'll get you back in there. You should play that game because it's fun. Don't tell me how to live my life. No, it does. It looks intriguing. We could join your world and commit arson on your hard work. My world is password protected. Just so you can't join it. Just so you can't join it. It just notified me you started playing. Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, I did just go like actually visible on Steam, so that probably helps. All right, let's pull up this other. Hang on, I gotta pause it. I gotta use my picture-in-picture. Why didn't it save my position? Let's bring it over here so chat doesn't occlude what we're doing here. It should save. It should save where I put it. Well, beggars can't be choosers. Pickers can't be winners. Space cowboys can't be named Maurice. I think I'm having streamer brain moment. Oh, that's loud.
There's only one bullet left. Wanna play a game? What's your wager? The life of a faker. Looks like someone's in my way. So what? Let me tell you what foolishness is. Pretending to be smart like you do. Then, what is a fool? Knowing when to act clueless. Like I do. Do you get it now? What is elation? Me. I am elation.
I apologize to anybody who watches me not sober, because that probably felt weird to watch.
Were you scared just now?
Nice. Sucks to suck. So how do we feel about that one? It was trippy, fast, very colorful, very kaleidoscopic. That is a fun song. I appreciate good sound design in a aesthetic like that. What am I doing? Big roof? Big roof. We made how many of these blocks? All of them? And this is all we're getting out of it. Fine. Why is it? Oh, it's snapping because I left the server and then came back. Oh, is that the same overhang on both sides? I feel like it is absolutely not. Oh, maybe it is. Maybe I got it right first try. Looks like 2 blocks of overhang on each side. Or at least 2 shingles worth. What I'm trying to do here. That's probably better. 2 shingles. This feels like it's more than 2. No, maybe not. 2 shingles and 2 shingles. That one was showcasing that character. Yeah, it kind of felt like a champion spotlight from like League of Legends. I got that vibe. Crap. Completely missed my mark. It's the 3D modeler in me, but the liquid in the glass at the start was the most interesting part for me. Hey, how's it going? Long time no see. Yes, I don't do 3D modeling, but I do notice when it comes up in 2D animation. Like, oh hey, that part had to have been rendered in a different way. Yeah, I'm trying not to overshoot one side, but I'm doing this so slow. This is such a lame way to do this. Just want to get these to line up just right. Oof. Whoops. Definitely messed that up. There we go. There's my roof peak. Okay. We're in. Yeah, I did it poorly. There's probably a smarter way to do it than that. It is highly impressive, I agree. I just sit there and think about just how much work went into making that one cinematic. Definitely. All right. That, and you have to think about like all the scripting and everything involved too. How are you going to showcase the personality of somebody? How is everybody going to be different? You can't make everybody in a game equally epic. It gets lame after a while, right? Everybody's got to be different. There has to feel like there's some sort of paper, rock, scissors to people's personalities and abilities and everything. Oh, we do have some more brick that's just been hanging out in here. Okay. Looks like we also have plenty more clay and wood logs. Thank goodness. It'd be cool if you be gaining trust issues. What do you mean by trust issues? I missed my hobbit hole. We missed you working on your hobbit hole. I was excited to see where you're going to take the project. All right. Just can't make a full 10. We can make another few. Get some semblance of a roof started on this thing. A better method is guess placements and find out how much you failed. That's how I made a couple of my last roofs. And I didn't like the process. This way, just once you get one in, you don't have to worry as much about lining the other ones up. In fact, I should just be using snapping. Why didn't snap actually snap? Why is this not working? Maybe snap is broken. There we go. That's so much easier to like line these up once it was done the hard way with the first one. Why can't I get this to extend lower than me? That's going to be up too high. Right, like that. It's up too high. I just need to change the angle. My angle of viewership is part of the problem. Get there, but one down. Can you do that for me? I feel like it cannot. There, but one down. Do I have to walk it down? Is that why? I have to walk it down. You can't do it at camera angles alone. Yeah, something kind of like that. It's centered. Looks pretty good. That's kind of how the Skyrim mod builder works. Oh, okay. I've got no idea where I'm taking it now. Follow your heart. I can't access such a link. Don't click. I've got a bad feeling. Wait, what are we talking about? Oh, a trusting link? What? I heard some B-roll in there, if you know what I mean. Recognized it by the first three drums. Nice try, though. Okay. Probably want to fill this with half timber. Base, this is not my first rodeo. What can I tell you? I'm not a fan of the angles you sometimes have to pull to get these blocks to sit just right. And then the way it shines through the roof means you have to like double bag your roof blocks. Not really too much of a fan of that either. There we go. All right. Nope, one too high. Is that right? That looks right. Cool. That reminds me, found something related to that on Reddit, but it's different. Related to being rickrolled. If you're very careful, you can move the individual blocks from the walls off the roof. These things? Really? I thought if you removed them, it would create a gap on the underside. Kind of curious now. Oh, that was the wrong thing. I don't see it happening from the underside. Maybe I have to be on the underside. I'll give it a shot sometime. There we go. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. And then some of these. Would you look at that? Turning a barn. Turn the house into a... Not turning a barn. Actually making this house look great. Looking like its neighbors already. Can you grow this moss stuff? Or moss, what am I talking about? The ivy? Is there a way to cultivate this creeper vine? Because there's some here. Or does it just... It lives where it lives? Alright. Already feeling healthier as it is. What's down here? Anything fun? Nothing fun. Well, at least it's feeling a little bit more fulfilled. I can't even click the link. I can't warn an innocent Damien from demon. Endangerment. It's alright. We live and learn. I think I can listen to 3 drum beats of a Rickroll and survive. I don't like this big lump here. I'm a little bit afraid of getting rid of it though. Maybe we could just flatten it. Uh-oh. Actually, it's not awful. It's not awful. But I do need to get rid of some of these blocks. I don't know how to do that. Can we do that if they're not built with the building tool? Literally, like, nah. It does not recognize these as... How is that? I took that one off. Well, that was okay. That was less okay. It's those ones. It's like they don't even exist. Maybe the server just has to be reset or something like that. This is no Rickroll. It's an epic video. My last one I will show. We'll see about that. Some of them I found you could do it, some I couldn't. If it's really bothering you, you probably have to double layer the roof. I'm okay leaving it like this unless we get really annoyed by the way the roofs look, in which case we can always go back and double layer. I left my own roof very obviously with sticky outy bits. We go over and take a look at it up close once it loads in. They're not even, you know, because the infrastructure of the way the attic is from the lower floors, they just pop in and out wherever they so choose. I don't really mind it. To me, they could just as easily be perceived in a story element as like footsteps that somebody would use to come up here and do maintenance on the roof or something like that. I don't know. You can come up with your own story as to why it is. Epic house. This one's pretty epic so far. Keep in mind, I found it as someone reacting to it, and you have to actually listen to the words. Okay. Let's see. Let's take a look. Double layered equals double protection. True. Double bag that. All right, let's take a look at you linked me my own show. Wait, does it have a timestamp on it? It does not. I would love to watch that show, but I'm also how do I say this? My IP address is throttled so that if I watch my own videos on YouTube, it doesn't give me watch hour credit, which is a real bummer because those of you that don't know, I'm trying to partner in YouTube in 2024, and if I can get it in 2024 in the course of 1 year, we'll be elated. It will really change like the course of our content creator business. But in order to do that, I need to garner 4,000 watch hours in the course of the year. That's a lot. Obviously, I would want to run my computer all day long, every day, and get that 4,000 up with a huge help from myself, and it doesn't let me. So if you all want to watch my videos, especially any VODs of streams that you might have missed, or if you just want to try to support the channel and you've got a computer, you could do so for free. You can go to youtube.com/DamienHalme, pop up a playlist. I have playlists of all the games that I've been streaming in 2024, so you can watch them in sequence. And you can donate watch hours for free to the endeavor of getting me partnered to YouTube. It's actually the only partnership requirement that I am missing. I've already fulfilled all of YouTube's other bits on their checklist. I'm just trying to get those watch hours to 4,000 at the end of 1 year. Yeah, that's where we're at. Okay, let's watch Akumu's link. Did I subscribe to the channel you sent? Ask everybody else to, please. Oh no. Let's watch this. I have a feeling bad things are about to happen. I blame Akumu. You all can blame Akumu for this one. It is not what you think it's going to be. I could just say that. All right, here we go.
We're no strangers to love. You know the rules, and so do I. A full commitment's what I'm thinking of. You wouldn't get this far. I just want to tell you how I feel.
Good God.
Gotta make you understand. Never gonna get you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around. Desert you. Never gonna make you cry. Never gonna say goodbye. Never gonna tell a lie and hurt you.
I'm very disapproving.
For so long.
Okay, that part was good. Yeah. Oh, it came back to life. Wow. It just sounded like... Oh, I don't even know what's going on. Go away. It just sounded like he was getting fed through some sort of like I don't know, rubber, like a balloon pulling machine, like something you would use to make balloon animals. I don't know what was going on. It was a mind-numbing experience. Thank you, Akumu. There's some funny parts in that one though. I have to admit, there are a couple notes, especially second verse right at the beginning. That's it's pretty joyful. It's funny. Different streamer got sent in his chat and died laughing. We should have a make D laugh challenge party one day. I think you would all be sorely disappointed though. That's the only thing, is that we could try it, but oh crap. But I think everybody would soon find out just how garbage my sense of humor is, and how annoying it would be to do... Oh, did I use all of them up? I was going to maybe fix some of the roof here, but that's okay. Maybe I'll go work on something else for a little bit. Rather than sit here and craft all of the brick that's needed for this.
Troa says hi, I just subscribed.
Welcome, Troa. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. 18 months. Crazy. Also, welcome. Troa is also not going to miss out on his watch streak. If you are a ghost and you would also love an amazing, pretty intro like that whenever you come into chat, hit me up. Let's make it happen. Akumu, I know you're looking for words that you came up with at one point and then they were lost to the void. Love those challenges? I don't know. See, the thing is that I have a superpower. I'm Finnish, so I feel like it just wouldn't be a fair... I feel like it wouldn't be fair. You would all sit there and be busting a gut and just watch me all stone-faced. And I'd probably be accused of cheating. You'd probably all watch my stream and be like, oh, he's like watching something else. He's got like something else in the background, like puppies, like crying puppies, howling, or I don't know, or like kids that got their candy taken away from them or something. Like he's watching something completely sad and demoralizing so that he doesn't actually laugh. Maybe. Yeah, I think a make D laugh challenge you would all be sorely disappointed. How do we get up in there? That's what he said. Have I given you a slew of Aurora videos to watch? Would you like one to wash that abomination out of your eyeballs? What's Aurora? I have the feeling like the answer to your question is no. Because I don't know what Aurora is.
That's another thing. I'm right as the mail.
Us giving the worst memes. True. Thanks, Space. And in case you all needed the reminder from my girls on my water bottle, which I look at pretty much daily. It's backwards. Of course it is. But it says brighter days ahead. I feel like that's my motto right now. Get me through. It definitely got me through since I've gotten the water bottle till today. And I think it's going to continue to get me through 2024. Just those words. Just those words from a couple kids giving me a bright pink water bottle. All right. Oh, it's already getting dark. If we build this on top of ruined land or ruined blocks, does it unruin the ruined blocks? Makes one wonder. Just really want to get rid of the damaged look that these walls have. Seems to do the trick. Looks like it to me. Max was always sad I didn't laugh at funny things he found, but they weren't funny. That's it. That's really it for me, is that I've had people like show all sorts of like their favorite pet comedians and favorite comedy movies. I met the Oz's cousin's boyfriend, and he said I asked him like, what kind of stuff do you like to do for fun? He says he loves watching comedy movies, and I didn't talk to him about that topic as soon as he said that. The moment he said that, I was like, oh crap, he's gonna say like I'm a huge fan of, and he's gonna name some movie, and I'm gonna shit on it inadvertently. Accidentally, I'm gonna say like, oh, that movie fucking sucked. Those people aren't funny at all. I can't believe, and they're just like awful comedians. They're bad at their job. They should just be canceled. or something. I would say something awful, and so I just didn't say anything at all. I made sure to change the subject because I was like, oh man, I want to hurt this guy's feelings, but everybody's style and sense of humor and comedy is probably developed, and mine is gimped or something. It's one of those things that I think, you know, tonight's discourse topic is about. Like, what view do I have? The view I have is almost all comedians are not funny, and they are like attention whores. Pretty much every comedian that I know is like a big attention whore. There's only a handful of them that I think are actually funny, and most of them just would really love for you to just keep doting on them, giving them attention. And I can't. Their personalities. Oh crap! I really didn't want to fall down that hole again. Yeah, I'm a super hard sell in comedy. Everything that everybody else thinks is funny, I do not laugh to, and I don't know why people are laughing to it. And I don't like comedic movies for the most part. Aurora is a singer. Okay, like Aurora Rose, Sleeping Beauty. Norwegian wood elf fairy beauty. I'm listening. Do I have a sponsor? I wish I had a sponsor. Or are you saying that Tara's sponsored by Aurora? Maybe. It's okay if you don't disclose your sponsors. You're not streaming. Alright, that's already looking a lot better. Why is there so much... What is this weird, like, indentation thing going on in the roof? Not really a fan. That is one level too far back. I do appreciate that the rubble just disappears once you're in the pocket with these. There we go. It's a kid. Let me find you a nice one. Hang on, I got an eye bleach pick. I'm setting a Discord only to you. Oh no, Okumu, why? Oh, it's awful. It is absolutely eye bleaching. No, I know what you mean. That's definitely that has reset all my sensibilities. I've forgotten all of your streaming what's the word I'm looking for? Your stream crimes tonight. Thank you. That's very cute. Steve Hofstetter? I do not know that name. My unpopular take is I can acknowledge a movie / food / book / etc. It's probably really good, but doesn't mean I have any desire to try it, and that's okay. 100% me. 100% me. There's this scene from a show that I have this feeling none of you have watched, but that's okay. And I'm not gonna try to get you to watch a show because I don't watch shows. But there's a show that was about vampires, and it was okay. It was called True Blood. Anybody? Show of hands. Any of you seen it? True Blood had a character named Pam, and Pam was my spirit animal. If I could be a vampire, I'd be a vampire just like Pam. And she's the least participatey person or vampire that I've ever seen in anything ever. If you tell her to jump, she wouldn't even respond. She'd just walk away. Somebody was giving her the keys to a car to drive to go do something, and he tossed the keys at her, and they just bounced off of her while she stared at him. That's how little participant she is to everything. And I love that about her. Favorite character in the show. And that is how I am. When somebody asks me to participate in anything, I don't. I don't even say no, I won't. I just don't. I'm not a participatey sort of person. Yeah. So I don't... when people tell me something is really great, one, I don't have free time. Two, if I did, I'd probably still go find the things that I want to go find. most of the time. I can be swayed in rare occasion, but it's pretty rare. Yeah. It's one for lovely videos. I'll put that up in just a sec here. He's a little more of a political comedian, but I find him to be pretty funny. I do like political comedians. Endangerment, you've never seen it. It was good. I wouldn't recommend it. If somebody says, what's your favorite vampire thing to watch? I would say me playing Castlevania. Watch my streams where I play Castlevania. I don't have any of those on saved VOD, though, unfortunately. So maybe we'll just have to go back and play some more. Look at it. It was a Tuesday at 6:40 a.m. Oh, I'm not sure I can play with this topic. I don't get into discourse often enough to know what my views may or may not go over well. I mean, you have friends, family, other internet strangers that might have reacted poorly to something that you've said before in the past. Watched a few seasons. I know of it. Didn't watch. No idea what it is. Pam was one of the greatest parts of the show. I couldn't agree more. Heard of it. Didn't watch it. Last vamp show I watched was Buffy. I've seen every Buffy. It is also a pretty good show that I also probably wouldn't recommend to people. Buffy is just like a very specific vibe. And it's also hard to recommend like a Joss Whedon show after Joss Whedon showed us who Joss Whedon is. But I enjoyed Buffy, and it was during a time where no one knew what kind of guy Joss Whedon was, and also just whatever vibe that show's universe had got me. You know, it got me. That is not the right kind of roof. Like, why does everything look so mixed and weird on this roof now? Because I did that. This is not quite right, is it? Something is off. Maybe it's here. Okay, it's roofing, but it's not doing this crown part, which is kind of annoying. Does it because I need the crown piece? Do I need one of these to make this work, right? No, I just think it's where it's just how it tessellates. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. You can't tell it what part of the texture to adopt. It'll take whatever form it wants. That's fine. Hermit side effect. Yeah, I could see that. Makes it harder to get people's opinions of your thoughts when those people aren't there. Not to be a spoil sport, but indigenous folks prefer non-natives use kindred spirit instead of spirit animal, since it does have religious significance to a lot of First Nations. That's actually really appreciated. I like understanding where language has been used in a way that could show our sort of like lack of consideration or care previously. And while I think it's fine if people misstep in this current era, that it's good that we take a look at that kind of stuff and just make sure. I see a Wadikuma. Take a look and just sort of make sure that we're being more cognizant of that kind of category of speech. So we're not just acting blindly and stepping on people's feelings for no good reason. You could check him out on YouTube. He makes a lot of videos from his shows. Heckler's called out, and he posts the videos of them getting roasted on his YouTube channel. So he's a good counter roaster. That's a hard skill to acquire, because you're already kind of on edge when people start being mean to you in a live thing. I don't think anybody's ever been that mean to me live. Sometimes people have said stuff mean to me in like comments, like on my old YouTube videos. I had somebody say that it was a complete waste of time, but the overwhelming response was so positive that it didn't even ping on my radar. I mean, obviously I remembered to say it just tonight, so I remember that person's comment. I think somebody commented about me having like a high forehead that they thought I was losing my hair too. That was in a live stream. But that's just because they've never met a Finnish person before. They don't know that Finns have high foreheads. Yeah, both sides of my family have stupid amounts of hair, so I'm not worried. And even if I did go bald, I'd rock the bald thing and just shave my head. Oh, crap. Completely missed the plot. There we go. My parents are Mormons. I've mentioned in the past, in that religion, being gay is one of the 3 unforgivable sins, so I suppose that would probably be it. Good thing for you, it's not unpopular outside of the Mormon faith. And it's probably not unpopular in it. It's probably just unpopular to mention it. I found strawberries. Good stuff. I don't know. I don't remember what we can make with strawberries. Lost knows a lot more about the recipes in this game. But I'm sure we could get some good cooking done. All right, how do I get that? Oh, the gutter is just another tessellation sort of thing? Or is it because there's rubble in the way? Might be there's this bit of rubble. Let's try this again. Much better. I volunteered to adopt anyone who has unaccepting parents because they're gay. I'm your mom now, and I'm proud of you. Kit, this is why I like you. Kit is now your mom, and Oz is already your dad. So there you go. You've got a matching set, a salt and pepper shaker. Burn everything down. Wait, why? One review I got on Goodreads or Amazon said I wrote like a 5th grader. 5th graders write good. Well. No, but like when you're a 5th grader, you know so many rules that adults often forget or don't use in their jobs. You know, you end up working with your hands or whatever. You're not like writing for a living. You're gonna forget some of the stuff that you picked up in various levels of school. Whereas, I mean, the whole premise of the show, "Are you smarter than a 5th grader?" isn't to prove that as you get older you get dumber, right? It's to prove that kids have a lot of fresh knowledge. So if you're talking to them about science, you might want to talk might not test a 5th grader on covalent bonds. An adult might know more than that. Maybe. I don't know about you all. But some adults might know more about covalent bonds than 5th graders, whereas, you know, a 5th grader might know more about some things like marine biology or like ecosystems and biomes and their names and, you know, traits and that sort of thing. So it's all relative to what you're working with or what you've recently engaged with. And as a 5th grader, recently engaged with a certain amount of writing skills. There's a fruit salad type thing you can make with them. The strawberries? Neat. D-Dog, when did you get back? Yesterday. I am jet lagged, tired, and happy that you guys are chatting because if I had to fill the space with just my own thoughts, you might hear a sine wave go off. Because, yeah, the jet lag is real. And the sleep, oh man, we did not sleep well at all the day before our flight. So imagine Oz and I navigating with the little and the tiny, trying to, you know, make it through TSA and terminals and all that kind of garbage, holding on to all of our stuff. They have car seats that we took with us so that they could, you know, be toted around places in California. And you have to take those through the airport. It's real fun to carry a car seat by hand. and especially on like an hour or two of sleep. Yeah. So tired. Hi, robot. Oh yeah, I can't stand my hair at even shoulder length because it's so thick. So I have a modified half buzzed punk haircut. I think called a Chelsea. Nice. I've never heard that term, but I do like the half buzzed. I have done the half buzzed look myself too. Do I have that somewhere accessible? Maybe. Let me take a look real quick. Now I'm not sure I can pull this off. I forgot my login for this thing. Damn. Is it this? I can't remember. I can't remember my own logins. My bad. Might be able to find it another way. Give you 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. If I can't find it in a quick amount of time, then you'll just have to believe me. Oh, it's always wonderful looking at old pictures of yourself, isn't it? Can we do this? This isn't gonna reveal anything. This is gonna awaken anything in you, is it? There we go. Yeah, half buzz right down the middle. So it's a little bit different than what most people do for half buzz. But oh, and ad break. Anyway, there's that. Among other old pictures. Mine wasn't because of the thick hair. I just like the look. I just think it looks fun. Funny thing, I might be allergic to them. Waiting a bit to test again with the strawberry Kit Kat. Could be beets I'm allergic to, but we don't know. Interesting. I think I should transfer to Twitch, but Damien won't get any hour stuff. Why would you transfer to Twitch? 1, yeah, you don't get any ads. And 2, you're giving me engagement on the platform where I need the watch hours. So I super appreciate you. And I do read your chats. Sometimes eventually. I'll have to work it out where, at least on slower nights, I can keep up with all of you chats all in one timely fashion, but it's a lot harder when everybody's talking and all the platforms all at one time. But bear with me, and I will always catch up eventually at some point. Just got to be patient with me. Oh, thank you. I'll check out this channel for sure. I'll pull it up.
What's up, goofballs? I'm Trevor
Nope.
Mann, and you're watching.
Nope. Not trying to play it. Just trying to put it up. Ask an adult for the 7 basic systems in the human body, and you get a blank stare. Ask a 5th grader, they just rattle them off. 100%. That's what I'm talking about. There are just some things that kids know, like, you know, what if a dinosaur lived during the Jurassic era, they'll tell you that you've got it wrong if you say, or if it's not. Like, oh, Jurassic Park, that's like the one that has, you know, why did they never show the pterodactyl? And they'll be like, dummy, pterodactyls aren't part of Jurassic. Stuff like that. Hello, there's nothing wrong with this comment except for this link. I'm dubious about links that you post. Your sentence didn't make sense. Your sense didn't make sentence. Max from 20 years ago found me on Facebook, and we've been sharing photos we had from back then. A few of them, I was like, wow, I forgot I had acne for a while back then. I definitely struggled with acne. And I still struggle with skin issues. So, you know, I think skin is skin. It's gonna be a pain. I don't care where you come from or where your parentage from. There's probably some sort of thing that you're wrestling with, and anybody who posts skin perfect pictures all day on socials is, you know, probably doing a little bit of magic on the side. Either they don't show you their whole skin routine, or they don't show you their whole photo editing routine. Yes, right. Tara's right. Aurora was next. Let's take a look. They always go off screen for some reason. It's like this one particular add-on doesn't remember where I placed the frame for this. I remember she's actually the enchanted forest sound that I don't want to give away exactly what sound that, but if you've never seen Frozen 2, go watch Frozen 2. It's actually better than Frozen 1. It's not an opinion, it's just a hard fact. I just remember the fact that I don't like seeing people of the same gender kissing. Interesting. May I ask your background? That's a rare take these days. So I'm curious where like tradition or culture you've come from. Crimson, welcome back. I have returned. How's it going? Good. Chilling. We've been watching some different videos, doing a bit of more of a watch party this evening. Also going through on the Kelvin side of things and trying to do a bit of repairing here and there. I'm kind of like, I don't want to stop working on the mega project over here, the big mansion, but I think I've stared at it so much, and I know there are things that I have to do and places I have to go to farm and other stuff that I need to add to it. But maybe to avoid burnout, my brain is like, why don't you work on some other stuff and come back to this so that we don't do a burnout. But it definitely needs some things, like maybe some rails on the sides of the stairs, and there's a lot to do on the inside too. Still, but yeah, going pretty well. How was the Helldiver times? Shep, hello, hello. What a surprise. We are back. We're back home. So, yeah, we took the long trek. Kiddos came through the airports and the flight easy. The one thing I always fear for little kids is the takeoff and descent with their ears. You know, did anybody ever like fly when you were little? My parents were divorced from when I was like really young, and they had joint custody. I was on a lot of flights between their two houses. It's not, first of all, not really a good way to spend your money flying a little kid around all the time. Unless you like really feel like you need that kid to go back and forth across the country. But two, I remember my ears hurting so bad before I learned how to pop them when you're descending and ascending. And so like, especially in descent, I feel like I'm staring them both down, and they're like, what? I'm like, how are your ears? Do you hurt yet? Are you doing it? Overly cautious about their experience. Make sure everyone's doing good. For those of you who don't know, Shep is a fellow streamer who Oz and I had the serendipitous chance to meet. And in fact, we're going to do a shout out real quick here to say hi. If I can type tonight. I am still extremely jet lagged, so bear with my slow typing skills this evening. Where's my clips at?
Haha, I did it. I got a picture.
You find all the chill games. That one just looks fun. Yeah. You need to take a break from building. What do you need to farm? I'm not sure. I know we're getting a little bit lower on some resources, but I haven't taken an assessment of what we're lacking. I know one of the hardest things that we run out of very quickly is copper or bronze. But you have to farm copper, you have to farm tin, you have to farm wood. There's so much like combinatorics involved to get to the bronze part. But then when you get bronze, it gets used up really quickly, especially with furniture. And we have so many buildings in this particular project space to furnish that we absolutely need a lot of bronze, a lot of nails. Farming for metal scraps is another thing, just to get all the nails. And then, yeah, we can start doing a lot more of the interior decorating for everything that we have here. So, that particularly. She's a lovely little pixie and a heck of a songwriter. Yeah, good harmonies. I mean, her vocalizations are sharp, like really keen. I'd say she's a strong vocalist and has a good range and nice quality to the sound of her voice. But I don't know that I would say, I don't know that I'd pick on the harmonies as being something that I'm particularly fond of. I like good harmony, but more than that is I like strange harmony, and I feel like she doesn't have a lot that's particularly avant-garde in that song. Maybe there are other songs where the music theory is a little pushing the envelope a little bit better, but even with accessible music theory, I think she's pretty good. While I was regularly working on my city, I let myself get sidetracked regularly. Oh, I said regularly twice. I see. Working on my city, so it felt less grindy. Endangerment, you're getting off because you're sleepy. Thank you so much. I appreciate your face. Thanks for being here. And I'm glad you could make it to an actual live stream instead of just the VODs. But if I don't see you again for a little while, please do keep leaving comments in my VODs. I appreciate them. I do read everything that you leave, so thank you. Yeah. The stream went well. Called it a little early for me tonight. Everything okay? Did you get trounced, or are you just tired? I use candy to help with ears on the plane, like Jolly Ranchers. I've heard about that, like doing the whole like suck, swallow. Wow, that got weird. But like hard candies are supposed to help with ear decompression. This is the most interesting just chatting game I've ever seen. I mean, this is just what we do on Wednesdays. We pull up something where I can start, stop, walk around if I want to. There's nothing that's gonna like kill me in this space. This game does have combat, but we're not going to those areas while I'm chatting with you all so that I don't die repeatedly while trying to keep up with conversation. The game's called Enshrouded. It's in early access, so it's still, you know, sort of like a playable beta stage. But there's a lot to do. I would say the closest thing to this game is Breath of the Wild, Legend of Zelda. But this is a multiplayer game. We're on a server that me and many of my friends have contributed a lot of hours toward the builds here. We're trying to make just like a big city all together. Yeah. I did when infant, but clearly didn't remember that. My little didn't do too bad on her first 2 plane rides, but the others were a bit rougher. Yeah, just because a kid gets an easy break on some things that they do doesn't mean it doesn't get harder later. That's true of like swimming too. Even with movies, like my kids have watched movies where they've been like, I love this movie, I want to watch it again and again. And then I ask them about it and they go, that movie's too scary. I'm like, you were a year younger and you loved this movie then. Like, how did you get older and got more scared? But it's because, you know more about the ways of the world. And how scary it is. Lurking in the shadows, Hollywood superstar Shia LaBeouf. Taroa, thank you so much for the lurk. Catch you on the flip side. Catch up with the rest of chat here. Oh, it's Pokemon Snap. I just didn't recognize it. Need to play that again. Trying to pop my ears the way people do to cope with air travel actually hurts worse than the pressure difference? Oh, interesting. So you just live with the pain. That doesn't sound great. I am the chill king. I noticed that diving game that I popped in on, that looked so just, I don't know. Obviously it's a game, so you know, it's not, you're not just like swimming around not doing anything, but at the same time, it just had this vibe, just like atmospheric feel you could sort of dive into, if you get what I'm saying. I would highly recommend playing Pokemon Snap. It's really nice. Maybe. I don't find myself to be a great photographer, but maybe Pokemon Snap would make me that photographer. Fill in the gaps in my skills. Kena Bridge of Spirits is a great game too. I still have to get through your first recommendation to me, which was it Kindergarten? I think was the very first game you said I need to play. That one looks definitely in current Damien Brand fashion, so perhaps we'll have to tackle that one when we have the bandwidth to do so. Maybe after we beat Earthbound, the Mother series, Earthbound and Earthbound 2/Mother 3. Stone I can help with easily. I don't think we're lacking on stone right now. If any of you like visual novels, Coffee Talk is a really great one. I would be down to be... I'd be curious to try, especially streaming something like a visual novel. I think if there were... Are there any in the genre that don't have voice acting? Because I also like to flex my voice acting muscles here and there and make sure I stay fresh on the scene. Never know, I could use a clip from a Twitch stream as part of my resume too, so stay up with something newer than my last few pieces that I've done. By the way, for those of you that don't already know this about me, the most recent project I've done was a podcast where I have supplied the voice of a gnome, a gnomish earl. I can't do this, I'm really bad at this. This is backwards. That's why I'm bad at this. Can you do this? And now it's not. And of course it won't focus. But the podcast is called Wanted Swordsman for Hire. If you're into D&D or just like fantasy and comedy sort of things, this is fantasy, comedy, the whole shebang. And I'm featured in episode 3 and perhaps in future episodes as well. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. But if you're ever curious, D does voice acting? Is he? Is he actually a voice actor? You can go listen for yourself. At least that's the most recent thing I've done. Push you on my older stuff, but it's older. Just tired and work early. No failures tonight. Good to hear. I'm so happy that I'm home and able to pet my cats once again. Wait. How many cats do you have? Did we talk about being cat owners? We have 2 queen cats. They're both gray. One's a medium hair, I don't know, American medium hair. But the other one's like a Russian blue. We think she might actually be full blood or near because she has all of the characteristics that Russian blues have. She's beautiful, but she's also very much a pain. And she's only tethered to one human being, which is me. And that gets... It can cause problems. Because I'm not her only caregiver. We're doing a plane ride to Cali. Headphones will be bought prior. Headphones are the savior of bringing a child onto an airplane. We got headphones and a splitter so the girls can watch the same thing at the same time. Then again, the plane leaves at 5 a.m. Maybe they'll just sleep. Dave the Diver, that's what it was called. Yes. Wait, there's a sushi restaurant portion? That sounds amazing. So do you go and dive and then you can eat the fish later on? Because I would go diving if it meant free or cheap sushi. The swallowing thing relieves the pressure for me without hurting. Oh, well, great. So you do have some tactic. Not that I fly ever. Oh, gotcha. Unfortunately, all my family is still on the West Coast. It's basically me and just a small grab bag of folks here on the East Coast. So we fly back a lot to make sure that the girls stay connected with aunts, uncles, cousins, the whole shebang. Yeah. Kindergarten, do it. Yeah. 2 votes for Kindergarten. Okay. It's in a vibe of the Mother series of games from what it looks like. And we already are playing. If you look through my YouTube VODs, you can see we've played all the way through Mother 1. We're in the middle of Mother 2. And I did, this is actually the first time I'm mentioning this on stream. I did, you guys, figure out a way to play Mother 3 on stream. There happens to be a way. But I'll just say that. So when we beat Mother 2, we're going straight into that one. And this is a first playthrough for me for all of them. So very exciting. 2024, going back to the old stuff. Kindergarten and Kindergarten V2. There's a second one. Interesting. Mother 3 is my boyfriend's favorite game. I'm playing through Earthbound currently. Oh, awesome. I'm excited to try Mother 3 then. Favorite game. That's a big claim. I'm really enjoying Earthbound. What do you think so far? The quirkiness, the vibe, I think it does it has the quality of life fixes that Mother 1 was screaming for. Mother 1 is such a good game, but when it comes down to the actual mechanics of the game, I had just all these little grievances that kept adding up. And I still played through it, and it was still fine, and the story still kept me going. But I'm like, oh, this part's kind of annoying. This part I wish was better. And it's like they made everything better in Earthbound in Mother 2. Yeah. So for me, it was fantastic. Oh, Coffee Talk does not have voice acting. Perfect fit. Maybe I'll have to check it out. Thanks for the recommend. I have 4 cats. Tell me more. We have a zoo, 4 cats, 1 dog, and 2 bearded dragons. Crimson, how have we not talked about this? How'd you get into bearded dragon ownership? That's a very specific vibe. I'll just sit my guy down here as though I'm going to order a drink at the bar from the bartender that's not actually there. All these NPCs will eventually get added to this game, and I can't wait to see if you can like place them, make them walk. Like, what are they going to do? Where are they going to live? How's this all going to work out? I'm really curious. But for now, the world feels very empty in this early access level. Sorry, 5 cats? Wow, Crimson. How do you manage all of that? My roommate has 2 cats. He just acquired the son of his older cat. Aww. And the baby's name is Dino Nugget. That's adorable. Does it look like an actual nugget? Is it like an orange that happens to be nugget colored? I've started expanding my whole... Oh my. Made a bit of progress, so I'm going to call it lack of sleep, as I was home alone last night, which makes me uneasy. Don't blame you. Yeah, that can be tiring. Thanks. I'm going to go check out your Hobbit hole progress and see how it's come along. Everybody say goodnight, Akumu. Good night, Akumu. Chewing gum, drinking applesauce, basically eat or drink something that requires a good amount of swallowing. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That movie was hokey as fuck. Honestly, it was. We're talking about, so Oz and I watched the, it's an A24 movie, which they're usually like really, really good. Like cinematic history in modern times. Good. And we watched the movie called X, just the letter X. And it was very much like a throwback to 70s Gorefest cinema. And it did everything right. But it just kept going. Like, as it did everything right, it kept going and kept going. And it went sort of off the deep end, in my opinion. Now that Oz has finally like seen it all the way through, because she fell asleep last night and then caught up the rest of it tonight. I feel like they started off with a great idea, really make that whole 70s exploitative and bloody and gory and sometimes hokey and goofy sort of vibe. If you've ever seen the original Last House on the Left, this movie had vibes very similar to that and Texas Chainsaw Massacre. But it didn't stop. Like, it kept doing things a little bit too much. Like, it pushed it pushed the 70s vibe so much. At the beginning, it's fine because it's sort of like taste making. It's setting itself for you, right? But then it kept doing the same things too much. Like at some point, the cinematography didn't lighten up, and the same music stings were like reused. And I feel like by the end of the movie, they were still hard trying to convince you that it was a 70s movie. It's like, no, we got it. We're there. We were on board with you in the first like half hour. You gave us all the vibe, all the culture, everything you needed to. Now you could just focus on plot and character development. And they're like, no, we still need to prove to you it's a 70s movie. I'm like, okay, well, this is fine. So, yeah, I don't know. It was probably my least favorite A24 movie. Not bad. It wasn't bad, but it let me down. Yeah, just for an A24. I'm at the very beginning. Luckily, the boyfriend understands how to play the game because I would be lost and frustrated without his help. That is the one thing about the Mother games is they are a little bit baffling. Like you're not quite sure why people are doing anything that they do or why you have to do anything that you're doing. I feel like that's the weird part is that most RPGs, there's a very clear defined purpose for your character. And the Mother games is kind of like there's a bit of a struggle to understand culturally what's going on with everything. Yeah. Have Damien show you the eye bleach pic? Yes, I will make sure to do that. A long time ago, someone gave us 2 dragons. They were great. They passed away years ago. Recently, someone was rehoming one on Facebook, and we took it in again since we already had the equipment needed and decided to buy another. Aw, that's very sweet. So you're on round 2 of dragon ownership. What are their names? Tell me about them. So I have my 17-pound Void Boy, Balthazar. Love the name. A gray tux girl, Lilith. Amazing. We're tribally... I knew we vibed, but I didn't know we vibed at this level. My orange meow-stashed boy, Hercules or Hercule, or... And my torty girl, Peanut Brittle. Delicious. Boyfriend has an orange girl, Molly. Molly's a human name. What's he thinking? I'm just making fun. Dino Nugget is a beautiful marbled orange tabby. Of course, orange. Orange vibe name for sure. It felt kind of flat because it was predictable. I mean, those kind of movies, if it had a twist ending, I don't know if it would feel like it vibed into the 70s vibe. But at the same time, yeah, it didn't do much of anything that I thought was like, oh, wow, this is groundbreaking. It just did 70s really well. But honestly, I thought the Black Phone did 70s better. So, yeah. I think his pattern is technically called mackerel. I'll have to look that up. Sounds pretty. Usually even drinking water is enough. Too much effort at it. And the pop is so hard it hurts. You need to go little bits at a time. I'm sorry, that sounds awful. Do you have other issues with your ears related to that? Or is it just airplane rides that kind of bug? We have so many cats because a stray had kittens under our neighbor's shed. Oh, we took the mom and its kittens in with the intent to foster them, and they just never left. We already had 2 cats to begin with. Yeah, it's becoming quite a menagerie. I have cats, but how many is a mystery? That's funny. Are you like the cat lady? Did you ever play that game? If you haven't, it's quite a streamable game. It might be up your alley to try it out. It is like a point-and-click puzzler, so it might be Terra branded, if you know what I mean. Also, I just read your title, and my most unpopular take is that ketchup is a garbage condiment, and I stand by that. I'll back you on the idea that ketchup really is one, like tomato sauce done in a really weird way. Like everybody loves tomatoes. That's not true, actually. Not very many people find tomatoes to be the same vibe as each other. I feel like it's a very polarizing topic, whether or not you like tomatoes. But when you do tomato sauce, it's wildly popular, right? Like Italian food is maybe one of the most accessible foods from every other culture. It's like a cultural skeleton key. If you don't know good food, or you're just trying to explore other places in the world for good food, you kind of can't go wrong with a lot of different Italian foods. And a lot of that does have to do with the really good tomato sauce. But nobody ever thinks, I'm going to stick a bunch of vinegar and sugar into these tomatoes and nothing else. That's a very distinct vibe, and I don't think it goes with much of anything. And everything that ketchup does go with, that thing could probably be improved with a different condiment, realistically. And I'm talking from a place of, I don't have an aversion to it. I'm just thinking about it out loud right now for the first time. And I think ketchup doesn't necessarily need to exist. I've put ketchup on eggs, on like scrambled eggs before, so it doesn't bother me. But I could do better. I think everybody could do better than ketchup. Draken and Chickpea are the beardies. Chickpea? That's adorable. Shep all of your emoji. That's so cute. There they are. I love it. That's amazing. I sent you a Discord message with a picture of the adult from the other day. Ooh. What a cutie. How are their temperaments? I don't know anything about bearded ownership or anything like that. Like, is it fun? Is it challenging? This is Molly. I'll hack bear back in about a minute. Okay. I'm prone to vertigo, which counts as a weird ear thing. I was prone to vertigo for years. Honestly, I thought I might have vertigo for life when I was in it. And it wasn't a thing that I could discover a hard, fast trigger on. But Oz might be able to give better stats because she pays more attention to me than I pay attention to me. But I feel like I suffered vertigo for maybe like a 5-year stint. And whenever I did get a flare-up, it was debilitating. Like if I was at work, I had to go home. If I was in the car, I had to pull over and wait or get picked up or something and leave my vehicle. Like I could do nothing. I could do nothing at all. It was absolutely awful. Yeah. And I hate being nauseated. I hate being nauseated and I hate throwing up. And vertigo made me do both. A lot. Tons. Just like long form nausea that you can do nothing about and vomiting until you taste bile. So it was like some of the worst years of my life. Health-wise. I love ketchup, but specifically Heinz. Interesting. What do other ketchups do wrong that Heinz does right? I've not really gone around and tasted different ketchups for the shickles. Tomatoes are slimy and ugh. I eat tomatoes like apples with some salt. I was keen on doing that when I was younger. My mom would just like prepare sliced up tomatoes with like salt and pepper, and sometimes that would just be like part, not like a meal, but like part of a bigger meal. Yeah. Don't get me wrong, I love tomatoes, tomato sauce, but I hate vinegar in general. Oh, interesting. I love the crap out of kimchi. So there are some like really nice sour things that that I would not give up. I like sauerkraut too. I don't have it as much as I have kimchi, but sour as a flavor profile is definitely up my alley. But I like everything else. I also like salty. I also like sweet. I like sweet more than I ought to. We're raising 2 girls on completely zero sugar, entirely zero, like corn syrup, cane sugar, agave nectar, anything that would be like glycemic index. Unless it's absolutely incidental and it's for something that you almost just can't avoid whatsoever, they haven't had anything outside of like fruit sugar or like the sugar that it requires to create the process of making bread. But nothing like an actually like sugary snack or baked good. And that makes it hard for me because I would eat all the sugar in the entire world and completely die of diabetic coma. Were it not for other people who need me in their life. I know a girl who loves vinegar so much she'll just take a swig from the bottle sometimes. Crackers. I hope you mean like that's crazy when you say the C slur. So we have a friend who's a fellow streamer. It's Lord Yeti. We just call him Yeti or Lord Yeti. And Yeti loves sour so much, he will take a swig of those lemon juice containers that look like a plastic lemon that you can get at the grocery store. He'll just drink like straight lemon juice. And he'll just eat lemons. He just everything sour. In fact, sour is the only flavor he likes. So he could eat sour all day, every day, and just burn his stomach out from the inside out, and he'd be a happy panda. They're by far the easiest animals to take care of. We're talking about beardeds now. They're extremely docile and kind of derpy. I love that. My migraines sometimes give me those symptoms. I hate it. Oh, yeah. Just on a quick migraine check, because I do this with anybody that says that word. Do you ever have any artificial sweetener, like diet sodas, especially? That's usually the fastest way people get artificial sweeteners in them. That can act as a quick trigger for people who have propensity for migraines. And it's one of the first things that a lot of people can kick out to sort of reduce their chance of having flare-ups. I've had to call off work because of the vertigo before, but it's never given me nausea. The very little does. Lucky. Does it make the room spin for you? Do you like have balance issues? Because I also have all of that happening to me too. Or used to. It just went away on its own too, by the way. I have no idea how to trigger it again to avoid doing so. You know, not that I would ever, but actually to never trigger it again. I don't know how to, so I don't know how not to. And I don't know what made it go away because I don't have any particular live event that I can say, oh yeah, you know what? We went skydiving and I felt this weird sound in my ear or this sensation. And ever since then, I never had vertigo ever again. No idea. Like no idea what stopped or started so that the vertigo is gone. Just now it's gone. And it's gone, as far as I know, for good. Everything is moving everywhere and won't stop. Okay. Yeah, so similar experience. It's partially the fact that Heinz originates from where I live and also just tends to be more tart and sweet than other brands. Interesting. See, I don't like sweet when it comes to things like ketchup. Because I feel like everything I would eat ketchup with, I don't want sweet added to it. But maybe that's just me. I'm picky. Like the things I like sweet, I like to be like the dessert after a meal, not the actual main entree. I prefer my entrees to be really savory and umami. Maybe with some sour in there too. I love sugar too much to cut it out like that. I would be very sad without my overabundance of sweets in a day. Honestly, if it weren't for like some stress eating that we've been doing since we moved to Georgia, I've been better. about sweets in my later part of my life, but when I was younger, I was crazy. Like I was probably, you know, working toward a later life with diabetes with the amount of sweets that I had. I'm significantly better now, and the stress eating is not as much about like my what I used to eat like basically in high school. It was absolutely awful. Way too much sugar. So I'm not on a path of ruination. I'm doing a lot better for myself now. My vinegar friend drinks lemon juice too. Definitely nuts. That is weird. I love sour things. I like to soak sliced cucumbers overnight and eat them with a little salt. Okay, I don't think that's unheard of. It kind of reminds me of like the Japanese cucumber pickle sort of recipe thing that you can do. Oh yeah, soak it in vinegar. Yeah. I don't eat or drink diet or artificial sugars like Splenda. I hate the taste. You can acclimate yourself to taste, although Splenda wouldn't be the thing that I would recommend. But I could tell you, as I'm having less corn syrup in my life, that I can now taste corn syrup. And when I was a kid, I would just consume massive amounts of corn syrup. But I've more cut that out than other sugars, and now it tastes funny to me. It's like, oh, I'm eating corn in the worst way, in the most health deleterious way possible. That's high fructose corn syrup. Have you been to the doctor about it? My father had to have surgery for his head because he was experiencing terrible vertigo. I get occasional migraines too, but sweetener's not a trigger. Never could find a trigger, but I get vertigo symptoms as a precursor. Oh, that's interesting. So your migraines and vertigo can be concurrent. Huh. I mentioned it to my doc, but I've had it my whole life, and the vertigo's never been painful, just that everything is moving. Sit still and shut my eyes, and it goes away eventually. The doc wasn't worried. Lovely. I feel like we're so advanced in so many things. Like, you know, you look at things that AI can generate, and you're like, hey, we've really moved forward as a species. Look at what we can do. Look at the ways that we have changed since, you know, the olden days of who we've been. And even with some civil liberties, I know we have a long way to go, especially in the US with like treating everybody well. But we used to treat everybody way worse. That's no excuse to stop getting better, but you know, we keep getting better and better. And then I go to a doctor, or I hear somebody else go to a doctor, and I hear these stories about like, yeah, I went to go check on this, and they said, oh, you know what? There's nothing we could do. Or I guess it's just kind of like a lifelong thing you're going to have to live with. There's no cure. We don't really understand what causes it. Could be genetic. Maybe it's not genetic, or don't know. But we do have a medicine you could probably take for the rest of your life until you die, because you can manage your symptoms, and that's about it. And that's an alarming amount of, like, you're all probably thinking I'm talking about, you know, there's one or two things that are like that. There's an alarming amount of things like that where medical science just hasn't caught up to fix nearly as much of what I wish it did. I wish we were at a place where we could do so much more for each other. And we're just stuck still. Kind of. If I lived in Georgia, I would be drinking sweet tea every day. Oh no. I had so much sweet tea when I visited my friend there. I missed it so much. Southern sweet tea is amazing. It's one thing that we certainly don't give it to the girls. We don't really have. Although when I say we don't really have that, like, it sounds like I'm talking from a high horse of we're doing so good about not drinking anything sweet. But our consumption of milk tea, especially because we have several different competing Taiwanese milk tea and boba places around here, that consumption's somewhat high, and they're all good. Each one of the places near us does something else good that another place doesn't, and yeah, it's hard to say no to a really good milk tea. I'm a fan. Yeah, it really does just get rid of the... Well, it doesn't get rid of all of it, but you know what? A little bit of fluff. You add new blocks and it seems to repair the damage, but some of this is just kind of fluffy, but that's okay. I think it adds to the charm. That's not all perfect. I don't really drink soda either, just usually coffee, tea, water, or electrolyte drinks. Oh, okay. Yeah, we're not big soda drinkers here. We almost exclusively have like an energy option in the morning and then water throughout the day. Whole life is probably just a genetic possibility or something. Could be environmental too. Or it could be something that some doctors don't even believe that we will change or fix because it's so hard to tell somebody to say no about something. I had a doctor who, this especially flared out when we were in California because of all the not great things that we ate in addition to other great things. But I have this T-zone area of my skin that gets particularly angry when I eat too many baked goods. And I went to a doctor about it many years ago, and she said there really isn't a cure for it. It's just like an ointment or something you could apply for basically the rest of your life to sort of maintain it. And I looked it up, and later on I came to her and I was like, if I cut sugar out of my life entirely, this would die. I just said, oh yeah, that too. I usually don't say that to patients because that's not realistic for a lot of people. And it's so wild to me that people would rather live a lifelong situation. In this case, it's not a genetic thing. It's like invasion on my face. So I'm feeding with my sebaceous glands an organism that does this to my skin. And we would rather live a lifelong issue with skin than change our diet to fix it entirely. AI can generate anything except hands, arms, and legs. I kind of want to see what would happen if you just sent to all the different image generators, just draw hands, just hands. Like not even bother with whole people. Can you just do a hand? What would happen? They don't make money if they can't consistently farm you with treatments. This is true, and this is an unfortunate truth, especially in the US. We do not have honest mechanics in a lot of medical science. The concept of putting somebody on a pharmaceutical for the rest of their life, like a subscription plan for health, is not conspiracy theory. It's definitely sort of a first line of offering that many health professionals will produce. If you come with just about any sort of problem, they'll generally template match to try to fix your issue with something that you can stay on that won't do anything for the cause of what's going on, but just manage the symptoms, which is not the way you should solve anything, right? You know, imagine if you had a leak under your sink and you called a plumber and they were like, I've got this great system. It's like a self-emptying bucket that pours everything outside of your house. We'll drill a hole through the wall. The leak pours into the bucket, and then the bucket, you know, it's got like a drainage thing that goes out through the wall, and then the water leaves. And you're like, that doesn't solve the problem at all. They're like, well, the water won't damage anything under your sink anymore, so what's the issue? It feels like that's a lot of modern medicine's take on the human body these days. Yeah. My weird taste buds are definitely genetic, but no idea about the rest. Milk tea is beautiful if you find green Thai tea. I've never tried green Thai tea. That sounds so good. I'm gonna have to see if any place near us can do anything like that. I try and avoid lots of tea. I'm scared of kidney stones. Jam, you are smart. Because, yeah, tea is definitely not particularly healthy to the body. You know what tea companies will tell you, though? They'll tell you that tea has antioxidants, as though tea is the thing that you need to consume to get antioxidants. You can get antioxidants from fruit that don't give you kidney stones. So where tea people get off saying, oh, hey, antioxidants, it's good for you, you know, just go and have something that doesn't also have deleterious effects. Talking as somebody who drinks tea, I can tell you that the even though I persist in a bad habit, that there isn't anything specific to tea where they say, oh, it has health benefits. It has a health grab bag of benefits and detriments, whereas some things are just healthy. You could say everything in moderation, but there are some things that you can have without having to moderate so much because they don't have the deleterious effects. And some things are really just bad for you, period. So I never tell anybody anything in moderation. Some things really are bad, period. No moderate way about it. Wait, what? Hides my 80-ish loose leaf teas in the kitchen. Nice. You should have like a tea menu for anybody who comes over, or a menu board or something like that. You can get good hands from AI. You have to iterate. There's ways of isolating parts of the image and feed it more prompts. Could I learn from you, Jam? I read an article where somebody hired on like a whole bunch of prompters for a new department for a business that they were trying to run. And all the prompters failed at that step, the iterative step. And they're like, well, we're basically going to dump all of you. As soon as they got hired, like it was within a month, they were all fired again. So whatever they knew or didn't know about prompting, like they would come back with not a redone image, but like a completely newly generated image in response to their manager's, you know, requests for massage or iteration. So I'd be curious to learn those tricks from you. The way that insulin is priced is ridiculous. Oh man, that's one of the dumbest things. If insulin is not a human need, why? I mean, that'd be the only thing I could think of to give it the pricing that it has. You could go almost anywhere in the world and find reasonably priced insulin and other products that are required to, you know, continue to live without destroying your organs inside. You can change how certain things look like hands or limbs. Interesting. I once worked in the most expensive hotel stay anyone in the USA will ever experience, the hospital. True. I've never had a hospital stay that I wasn't paid to do. So I can't imagine what it must be like to have to come away from that and then pay for what you did. I was a test subject. That's how I was in a hospital and got paid. Because they don't want people to be healthy. They don't want people to be better. They can't farm healthy people for more money. They don't make money by not prescribing medications people don't really need. They don't teach people how to take care of themselves because they want people to get sick. I'm not sure if the wanting people to get sick is provable, but it certainly feels that way by the way we seem to not hear enough about preventatives. Like there are plenty of things in the world that people suffer from that they don't have to anymore. We understand the biology, we have the chemistry. I've studied a lot of that myself just to sort of enrich where, I don't know, school sort of left off and we don't have that kind of basis of knowledge that actually gets used in regular schooling. You'd have to go for specialized classes for this sort of thing. But it's out there. You know, we already know this sort of thing, and we don't need to teach the biochemistry to people We just need to teach them like how to eat or how to live so that they're keeping their risk levels minimum. Nobody can be 100% preventing everything negative that could possibly happen to them, right? But there's no reason for us to increase our risk for all the things that we do out of what, like cultural history, or this is the way my family's always done it, or this just happens to be really tasty. There are always other tasty foods out there. So the idea that I can't give this up or I can't change this because it tastes good is dumb, because there's always plenty of other taste goods out there. And where else was I going with this? Yeah, just the idea that you would ever hang on to something that could be hurting you or giving you less of a chance to be healthy for the rest of your life. A lot of people I think a lot of young people make the claim that I don't mind just eating whatever I feel like because I'm not that concerned about living to a long age. You know, especially the millennial trap is the idea of we're in this sort of like awful world anyway that we've inherited from our parents and grandparents. Things are bad. Do I really care that much about how long I live? Do I really care that much if I make it to 80 or whatever? Whenever I die, that's fine. But the travesty, the hard part about when you get sick by your behaviors, if you decide that your vices are more important than your own personal health, is that you probably won't die. Statistically, you probably aren't going to die. Statistically, you'll probably live a really long life with chronic pain. And that's the real shit. That's where it really hits hard, is that you won't have that end. You won't have that release that you were hoping for. Most people that eat themselves sick don't die. They stay alive year after excruciating year. And for many unfortunate people, we don't have the kind of retirement to just quit when we feel bad. Like, oh, you know, my whole body's falling apart. I guess it's time to stop working. Nope. Still got to clock in. You still got to make money. You don't have that paid off house or that trust fund or whatever it is that's kept, you know, other generations aloft, or luckier people. You're going to still have to make wages somehow. So, yeah, I don't know. It's a hard gamble. For what, like 15 minutes of chewing? Is it worth it? All right. Let me catch up on chat. Let it go for a little bit here. You missed out in Cali. There's a bit here. Damn. We went to Thai too, but they didn't. I don't think they had anything like that. I don't remember if we ordered drinks either. We were just so like excited about the food that we were going to get. I try and always eat fruit every day, and I've been spoiled since the strawberries came in last week. The strawberries. We just found strawberries in Enshrouded, but we can't eat them with our actual mouths. Imagine if you could find food in a game and then eat it for real. Or even just have like the virtual experience of eating food. Imagine if one day you could find in-game food, eat it, and swallow. I'm going to keep talking through the ad break. I apologize to those of you that aren't subscribed. Imagine you could eat a food and have the sensation of chewing and swallowing, and all of the taste buds fired off in a realistic way, but you didn't actually eat something. And then, like, while you're in VR, you've got this like IV drip thing that gives you your nutrients. So you're actually having like a fully balanced, all your vitamins, minerals, they're all going through your system, and your needs are being met. You're healthier than you've ever been in your life because it's all being taken care of. Your blood's being monitored, your weight, your heart rate, your blood pressure, everything. And it gives you all the proper mix that you need to stay alive and healthy. And then in game, you just eat whatever you want, and you enjoy it. You wanna have that steak like Cypher in Matrix. Just eat that steak. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know much really. I just watched some technical videos on how to use the AI generators, and that's what they talk about. Oh, okay. I currently work at a hospital, though, in the dietary side. Can you tell us more about what you do, like how that works out, Crimson? I'm just curious. It is bedtime for me, so good night, all you beautiful people. Lovely to meet all of you and talk. Thanks so much, Shep. For those of you that haven't already, please go to her channel, follow, sub, donate like a pet. She could always use another cat. No, I'm just kidding. Probably not. I don't want to go too crazy. But yeah, definitely check out her stuff. She's got chill vibes. We bonded like immediately. Oz and I had the lucky chance to meet Shep, and we vouch for her amazingness. So if you like us, you'll like Shep. Guaranteed. Yeah. All right. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping in. Appreciate your face. I guess I would say at least the corporations and companies that run everything want people to stay sick. That is true. Pharmaceutical companies, heck yeah. Doctors at least want to help people, but they're taught the wrong way. Many doctors, too, are wined and dined by pharmaceutical companies. If you didn't know, and the only reason I know this is because they're doctors in my family, there is a budget from farm companies that they give to their reps. They send them out to actually take doctors out on dates. You get to go on a date with a doctor. You get to spend money on them, take them to a nice place and stuff. Just talk shop. You don't even have to like sell them on, hey, you know, push my particular drug to your people or whatever. But they get fat money to just to go date doctors on the clock. You don't kiss at the end or anything, but you do get to go take them out for dinner. It's far more likely that you're going to have a miserable and painful existence than that you will not outright die from, which makes your life inherently more difficult. Yes. And the lives of others who depend on you. Because that's a harsh truth, too, is too many of us also believe that we will stay independent for the rest of our lives and will not have to provide for somebody else or be somebody else's infrastructure. But you never know how family, friend, spouse, how all that's going to play out in your later years. It could be that you're the one that somebody relies on, and if they rely on you and you're in chronic pain and disability, even mental health issues, there are a number of mental health issues that can come from just having bad diet, just being in pain, not doing well internally can definitely make you feel a certain way externally. Or other way around. Well, doing bad bodily can give you bad mental issues as well. Not that every mental health issue stems from an issue with your diet, but there are some. Yeah. I've been watching more Valheim lately, and it really makes me miss Weather. Weather's on the slate though for Enshrouded, so it's in dev, isn't it? This game needs Weather so badly. It is true. Weather, NPCs is one that we're really excited for. Not just the crafting NPCs at every flame altar, but like actual town NPCs that you can repopulate the world with. If we're really pushing the Shroud back and reclaiming the land, I just feel like it would be so much more of a morale boost to know that people get to come back to the world because of your actions with the cleansing. Know what I mean? Yeah. When? Yeah, I don't know about the when. Game's still early access, so even the things they are adding, it's like we're not talking about the game being in full release yet for who knows how long. Not really much to elaborate on. I primarily work in the retail side as manager. Spend a lot of time doing back-end work on menus. POS cash register system, sanitation, refrigeration, hot food temperature monitoring. So I guess the question I have that's sort of related to the topic that got raised is, how do you decide the menu items, like the nutritional requirements of a job like that? I assume, like most restaurants, your bottom line is really profit. Can you be profitable? In a hospital, are you held to the same bottom line? Is it essentially just a seek profits game so that you are able to do it again next year? The restaurant portions, funding itself, and it's not being subsidized by greater administration costs for everything? Or do you have other mission requirements running the food choice? Really want this next update. It's not until June, I guess. What do they have slated for June? Just out of curiosity. Should we? What time is it? 1:40? I don't know that I have time to do anything. We have these outstanding quests that just dawned on me. We don't even have this dude's crafting station, which just seems wrong. But I think I made that realization kind of on the late side tonight, to just go in, especially by myself. It's kind of a slog to get through a hollowed hall when you're doing it alone. You could do it. You can absolutely do it and survive. It's a lot. When I work in the patient kitchen, I help build patient orders and make sure if they have any dietary restrictions, they don't get things they shouldn't have. Okay. I mean, that sounds pretty basic. That doesn't sound like there's any particular requirements involved with balancing macros, like managing all the like greater needs of sustaining life in the long run. Like short run is easy, what tastes good and feels balanced and looks healthy, but thinking in terms of long haul and then breaking that up into individual meals is a little bit trickier. Like, do you have lots of dark leafy green vegetables? Good, that's good for you. Keeps up lots of different vitamins and minerals and makes you healthy. But if they happen to all be spinach, every one of them, all your dark leafy greens are all spinach. Spinach happens to be a high oxalate vegetable, right? So if you have too much high oxalates, you have the problem with kidney stones that Jam is trying to avoid drinking tea to never have a stone. You might get it from having overabundance in oxalates, which, one meal of spinach isn't going to cause. But if you had, if you mainlined spinach for a season of your life, you may increase your chances. 326 is when the last patch came out, so I suppose 526 will be the next one if they stick to 8-week release cadence. Interesting. I don't pay attention to those kind of cadences. We have release stuff happening at my job too, but I feel like it's just when it gets done. When it's out of testing, that's when it's released. When does it get out of testing? When it's all been tested. When does it go into testing? When it's all been coded. It's just, yeah, it's not so hard and fast rule set. Feel like this fence ought to continue. It's just high enough. I'm also a little bit nervous to try to break it down now. Do we know what it's made out of? If I do this and I can't bring it back, that makes me nervous. Maybe I'll do it over here. Which one do we think it is? I think I know this block. Is it City Wall? It is City Wall. Okay, cool. In a hospital, it's more treated as a service more than for profit. We obviously want to make at least some profit, but we try to break even with food costs. We try to provide the employees with good food and somewhere to relax when they manage to get time. Most visitors aren't there for good reasons, so just try to provide them a place to get away and get their minds off whatever is going on temporarily. Interesting. So it sounds almost more like eating for therapy than for health at that point. Oh yeah, this definitely deserves this treatment. Does this feel too low? I guess it isn't. Because this dirt is just low enough that you should see the outline of the continuation of the wall, right? Just makes sense. And this area doesn't feel safe over here because you could just walk right through here. Why is there a wall and a gate when there's just like a dip right here? You could just walk right through. Unless you can't. How do we do this? How do we do this so I know where I'm building? I hope that's doing it right. Maybe not. I was trying to get it so that I could see out the other end so that I knew I was using the right altitude. I just kind of got to sight it like that. It's going to be a lot harder to do the other one. No, I guess not. I could just pair it up next to that one. Day-night cycles make it particularly tricky, though. And then, how do these end stones go? Because I should probably put one of these. It's just a 4x3 block. That's easy enough. There's already a... What is this one? I'll just do one of these. It's got to be one forward and one up. Oh man, why does it get so dark so fast? Okay, well that's the 4. I'm gonna just go sleep. Man, when you fly, you really can't see anything at this time of night. The thing of it is that nighttime light is based on the moon, and there's a period of time when there's no moon or sun. And it's at those times when it's almost abysmally black everywhere except for light sources. Nearly impossible to actually navigate through. Our most popular options are always comfort foods. Of course they are. That aren't particularly good for you. We do provide a lot of healthy and cultural options. The area of the hospital I work at has a higher Muslim population, so we provide culturally appropriate foods for them as well. Try to cover as many bases as we can, so to speak, though obviously it's impossible to cater to everything with space and staffing limitations. I respect that. There's a part of me that wishes when a hospital is responsible for feeding that they would also use their acumen and health to be able to say, hey, because of health reasons or whatever, you know, we should really be feeding you a certain way. Just out of, you know, what's the right thing to do for somebody to to make them healthier. Obviously, healthier is kind of a loaded word because, you know, are we talking about just getting somebody to eat and just getting somebody to be happy about what they're putting in their bodies so that they can focus on their dietary needs? That might be a win in and of itself, you know, like you were saying, especially with the workers. Like, how do you just make it so that when they've had a long, hard day, they've got the food that they need in them? Wait. Does this stuff grow on... I thought that vine grows on... what do you call it? Like dev created structures. But that vine seemed to grow just based on me placing a block. Well, anyway, good enough. This looks a lot more like the edge of the town proper now. What do you think of the new Apple commercial? I have not seen it. I don't... Do I own a single Apple product? I've owned Apple products in my life that have been given to me. Somebody gave me an iPod. Somebody gave me an iPad. Those aren't, like, new now. The iPod wasn't even... Well, neither one of them were new when I received them. They were, you know, like, gifted or not gifted. That would sound like it was new. They were given to me by people who weren't going to use them anymore. I've never bought an Apple product. Is that true? I really never bought an Apple product. I've bought Beats when they were owned by Apple. Does that count? Would you count a line that was acquired by Apple, or is that too meta? I don't own an Apple, but this commercial went viral. You can play it on stream. It's only a minute. Link me. I bought one and later returned it. Why'd you return it? Oh, the touchpad? Oh, you bought an Apple, their touchpad, but just the touchpad? Did you return it because it wasn't compatible? Yeah, I'm not against Apple. I think Apple is very smart in having in-house hardware and software developed for that hardware, all in one cohesive ecosystem with a very specific feel and vibe. Like, they worked really hard to make themselves known as the creative person's device. If you're going to go into photography, art, music production, you don't do that on another device, according to Apple, right? They're really, really good about that marketing campaign. Their prices are luxury. You could say otherwise, but I will tell you, out of everything I've ever priced in my life, computer components, software options, paid for software options, all-in-one devices that were made by one company, Apple has always been a luxury item. And I can't fathom anybody having the kind of just FU money to dump into Apple when there are other alternatives that you could do the same thing for cheaper. Unless you're a cultist. Put it in comments. Take a look. Okay. Don't play so fast. I need to pull this up. We'll take a look. About like, yeah. We have something called the Be Well Initiative, basically a monthly program where specific healthier options are provided and they change each month. We bring in foods both cooked and served hot and also grab and go, kept at room temperature or below. This month is both strawberry month as well as spinach month, so those things will be featured heavily in this month's various recipes and products being sold. Awesome. That I appreciate. I just wish more people would make that choice. I really do. I hate how convenience food and comfort foods have hit so many people's like limbic reptile crave brains that they can't seem to think about a life outside of that. You know what I mean? I've always preferred Mac OS. If I could stream from a Mac, I would have gone that route. But the phones are candy. They are candy, right? But they're also freaking expensive candy. Ridiculously expensive candy. I was rocking a Xiaomi back when they were a smaller company and or a newer company. And I was comparing it spec for spec with what Apple had going on. And it was like all the same components for I think like a sixth of the price or fourth. It was like a fourth. It wasn't like a sixth. So like, is the Xiaomi operating system gorgeous comparatively? Not. It's whatever. You know, is running a flavored version of Android, so it wasn't anything particularly delightful. Did it feel as expensive as an iPhone? No. Could I completely demolish the phone 3 times over and replace it 3 times over, essentially buying myself 4 Xiaomis before reaching the price of 1 iPhone? Yeah. Could the Xiaomi do any? Let me put it a different way. Was the iPhone capable of doing anything that the Xiaomi couldn't do? No. Unless you were like maybe a high-end photographer and you really felt like you needed the better photography. But here's the thing. If you're a high-end photographer, you're not using your iPhone to take photos. Come on. Let's be real. Let's be real. I love my phone and it costs $99. Love that. Does 95% of what a modern iPhone does. Love that. I'm still waiting for iPhone. I waited years after we used to have Samsungs before we went to that Xiaomi route. My Samsung had touch to pay feature in it years before the iPhone finally incorporated Apple Pay. And Apple was like so excited and so talking up this technology of being able to touch your phone to be able to pay. And I was like, dog, what I have in my pocket already does that. You're talking about this new feature release you're going to come out with later this year. I've been sitting on it for years, or like 2 years, but still. I refuse to buy Crapple products. All right, let's see this amazing new Apple commercial, shall we? Vinyl. That's weird already. This makes me sad. It's so destructive.
The most powerful iPad ever is also the thinnest. All I ever need is you.
So interesting. That was like the least innovative Apple commercial I've ever seen for 2 reasons. Reason number 1 is you've all had to have seen hydraulic press videos by now. There's at least one guy whose channel has been out for years, and they take all sorts of fun stuff, and they press it just to see what happens. You know, what happens if you put a phone book in? What happens if you put a can of paint? You know, you must have all seen the hydraulic press videos by now. So already they're stealing from somebody else's really successful channel online who's been doing pressing videos for funsies because it's just beautiful to see. And two, the other reason why it's not innovative, everything that press crushed was something that the iPad can do, right? You all got that was the theme. Like, oh, if you're looking at this tiny device and you're just selling it as like a tablet, just think about how many of these old inventions that this new invention has inside of it. Isn't that mind-boggling? That was the marketing tactic for the iPhone 1, for the first fucking phone. What a snore. Back then, it was exciting. Steve Jobs did this ad in a live show, right? He said that he was going to present, like, you know, the future of iPhone. Sorry, the future of Apple. He didn't even say the word iPhone yet. Nobody knew that an iPhone was coming out. And he's like, we've got like a powerful communications device. And everybody's like cheering, like, woo, woo, woo. That's really exciting. One of our smallest computers ever invented. Everybody's like, woo. And he's like, storage device for music and other media. And everybody's like, woo. And then he's like, here's the thing. They're all the same device, the iPhone. And everybody lost their shit, right? Super ape shit, crazy, absolutely bonkers. They're reusing that whole plot all over again. It's sad. It's really sad. Yeah. Apple hasn't really innovated in quite some time, or not the level that they used to anyway. The thing with Apple is the model now is to watch other companies try and fail at various inventions so that they can pick the stuff that works really, really keen. There's something to that. I will agree that that is a good and smart business model. You watch other people fail. You take the most tested, most beautiful stuff, and then you design it in a cohesive, one ecosystem way. I just wouldn't call that the same thing as like an innovative software company, right? They are a company that watches and waits and then pays an extremely well-honed eye to creating a cultist experience for its people so that they feel like they're well-loved, well-supported, and that nothing they do will go wrong, which makes when an iPhone or a Mac go wrong in some way, it makes people livid. You'll never see an angrier software or hardware customer than an Apple customer, because those ones are, they feel like they've been lied to. They feel like the contract has been broken. The covenant is false. For phones, I favored LG for a long time now, but they're no longer in the flagship phone market, so they only have older tech with cheaper production. True. Yeah, same thing with Nokia and a number of other like forerunners from previous, you know, eras. They work with cheaper, older stuff now. Sentiment's pretty much what you said. People are sad about the destruction. That's kind of funny. That's like the least offensive part of the commercial, though, is all those things got destroyed. Like, does it look like those were actually like practical things that were destroyed? Kind of. They could have used some effects and some sounds to make it, you know, sell that they didn't actually destroy those things. But they could have just practically made a hydraulic machine and crushed a bunch of things. That would have been a little bit sad. Some of that stuff looks, you know, it's sad to watch things get destroyed, even though they're just things, I guess. All right, got to be up in about 6 hours. Talk to you later. Have a good night. All right, yeah, I gotta hit the road too, because I also got to be up in 6 hours. So Crimson, thank you so much for the chats and sharing your bearded dragons and yeah, and especially all the stories about your work and how that experience is going. Have yourself a good night, man. I'll wait to read Jams until ad break comes back. You mean the brand new almost $4,000 tablet they're making? That thing costs $4,000? Crazy. Insane. I can't imagine it does anything that I would want it to do and cost that much. For $4,000, if I wanted a really sweet like productivity touch tablet, I'd buy a Cintiq or a Wacom. Probably a Cintiq. Because if we're talking about like for the tablet experience, which you probably want that for isn't productivity so much as like specifically.
James Gobar just subscribed.
Thank you for the sub. 2 months. Appreciate that. Especially a Prime sub. You can only get one of those each month. So the fact that I have won yours means so much to me. Thank you. And our conversations have been great. Appreciate that. Yeah, I can't imagine spending that much. I would easily drop I mean, let's just say I had like $4,000 to drop on something. I'd easily drop that on something that was like an impressive tool, like a Cintiq drawing tablet, drafting board of some sort for doing high-end art. I'm not even an artist. I'm just trying to think of use case for something with like a beautiful flat touchscreen interface, all that kind of thing. That's what I would think. Let me scroll back up to Jams here. Folks are just hating it on Twitter. Yeah, it can replace all those things. Except that, yeah, there's a lot of reasons why those things are still around. Why do we still have vinyls? Why do we still have arcade cabinets? Why do we still have, half the stuff that they destroyed in that? There's reasons. In many cases, there's reasons why those old techs still exist and why that new thing probably won't be replacing half of them. Or the people that will be spending the $4,000 on them won't use half of the abilities that the tablet actually is capable of, right? They're in their Blizzard era. Hopefully they're not making all the mistakes Blizzard has recently. Blizzard used to be really good about seeing what other people did and making it a lot better. True. I'd still argue EverQuest 2 was better than World of Warcraft, but I'm sad that World of Warcraft got as famous as it did and EverQuest 2 got no love and no money. If you do add-ons and other shit. Oh, yeah. If I had 4K, I'd drop it on food and bills. I mean, yeah, I'm talking about like me being somebody, a 4,000K, 4,000K, oh my God. A 4K having sort of person to spend on a random bit of technology. Of course, if I had 4K, I think it would have to go into student loans and our last 3 doctor's visits. It would disappear so fast, actually. Yeah. Kind of like how the Apple Vision shit can be almost 4,000 if you buy the special glasses inserts for it. Oh, jeez. I didn't know anything. I'm not caught up on all that kind of stuff. At some point, I'm a big technophile, but to be the biggest technophile and to like be all about crazy gadgets and everything, you'd have to be independently wealthy somehow. And frankly, I've got better things to spend lots and lots of money on if it ever stumbled into my lap. Like, 1, securing a future for the kiddos, and 2, making this whole streaming platform or the whole content creation thing into a full legitimate business with employees so we can make other people's lives better, not just our own. And yeah, all those good things. Or you can follow YouTubers. I like to follow Mr. Who's the Boss. Does he look like Tony Danza? All right, I gotta go. I'm getting sleepy and weird the later I stay up, and I definitely have crazy jet lag. So by the time it's time for me to wake up for work, it's gonna feel way the wrong time for me to be awake, and way not enough hours of sleep for me to be awake. But that's how we still pay the bills for this time. He's an Indian British guy. Okay. Thank you all so much for being here. Appreciate the amazing discourse. I really have enjoyed, especially this year with each passing discourse, how we're just getting like better and better at deep dives, conversations, side plots, side conversations. Now starting to get into like doing more watch and react kind of stuff too, which I also super appreciate. Yeah, love your faces. This has been really great. This is a wonderful return back to streaming for me after 2 weeks of me trying to figure out where and how I can fit a stream in with an IRL sort of thing and like not doxing the kids and all that kind of stuff. And it just frankly didn't happen. So I was hoping tonight would be a great night, and I was it was even beyond my own expectations. So yeah. Oh, cool. Thank you for linking the channel for that. Appreciate that. There's somebody exclaiming the other day how Mr. Beast or one of those guys dropped into a few streamers and gifted them like 1K and they were overwhelmed, and that's cool. But my monitor needs are so great that 1K wouldn't be a dent. 1K fixes a lot of people's problems and or needs. But I feel like some of us have had 1K problems or needs so many times over for so many years of our lives. They would be like, cool, I will, you know, this basically takes out the back half of, 15 years ago for me, because that was a really bad time that I really needed 1K for then. So thank you. You've made that part of my past whole again. I appreciate you. But somebody who's like younger and they haven't, had time to accumulate as many mistakes, 1K looks pretty good. I would still, I'd still appreciate 1K, but I would more appreciate 100K, for being honest. Annually. 100K annually. Yeah, I could probably do that. I could probably run a household and 2 kids through college and marriage, if they choose, on 100K a year. Think the stream could make it to 100K a year? We'll see. Oh, yeah. Tomorrow is Mother, isn't it? Yes, Thursdays, retro games. So tomorrow we're going to get back into Mother 2, which has been honestly a delight, like an absolute pleasure to play. I'm really enjoying the game. So definitely hope you guys will stop in for that. All my streams start at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific, and usually run for something around 4 hours. So definitely don't miss tomorrow's. Friday, we're going to come back and play more Enshrouded. Maybe I'll focus more on my actual house and or farming for stuff that I used up on this stream. Come back and fill our coffers back up again. And then Saturdays we're doing retro games. Right now we are on the Myst series. Those are all being saved on VOD on YouTube. So if you want to watch all the Mother games, all the Enshrouded streams in a row, all of the Myst franchise in a row, go to YouTube, check out my playlists there. You could even put them on play all, repeat all, and shuffle, and just like go to town getting those watch hours. And then maybe I'll make partner in 2024. 100K would be a good start. It would probably get me back to 0 at least. I mean, yeah, that's it would get me on track. It would get me on track to getting back to 0. Yeah, student loans are pretty awful, and I don't share this much on stream, but when we first moved to Georgia, our car was also totaled, and so we had to emergency like replace that. So between those two alone, yeah, that sucks, and having a sudden influx of 100K would be like, pretty life changing. All right, I will catch you all tomorrow. Until then, if you are safe, fed, and loved, make sure someone out there is too, please. Twitch, hang on for a moment, because I'll probably send you all to a lovely raid very shortly. But if you're on YouTube or Kick, just keep being you. Love your faces. I noticed since I came back from vacay, a couple more people have joined the Kick army. If you haven't made a Kick account and added me, please do so. I am farming for followers there. But more so than that, on any platform you happen to be on, if you have some time to dedicate some watch hours or just a spare device to put on my channel, the watch hours are super appreciated. And the closer we get to partnership, the more wonderful things can happen and maybe turn this into a business that much faster. Yeah. All right. I'll catch you all in the next one. Bye, YouTube and Kick.